Good evening, everyone. The July 6, 2020 virtual legislative meeting of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Hare?
Present.
Ms. Lacey?
Present.
Mr. Volkey?
Present.
Mr. Pruski?
Here.
Ms. Fiedler?
Present.
Ms. Rodvian?
Present.
Ms. Pickard?
Present.
Madam Auditor?
Present.
And Madam Legislative Counsel?
Present.
Madam Chairman, all council are present.
Thank you so much. Please pause for the invocation. I will lead. Take a moment. We pray to administer that which is just in all policies. Be ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Fiedler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the Open Meetings Act statement.
County Attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. General Provisions, Articles, Section 3-102C. The virtual format of this meeting of the County Council is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as having a call-in phone number that allows anyone with a telephone to call and listen to the meeting, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to the legislation be filed with the clerk and considered by the council. County Office of Law has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chairman of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the ethics website under forms and publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
Thank you. Because this is a virtual meeting, we cannot be physically located in Annapolis, the county seat, and we cannot provide reasonable seating facility for the news media. May I have a motion to suspend Rules 3-103 and 3-106?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Lacey, second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to suspend Rules 3-103 and 3-106.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The motion to suspend Rules 3-103 and 3-106 is passed.
Thank you. In addition, we cannot provide reasonable seating for the public, and we cannot offer members of the public who wish to speak at invitation to audience or on agenda items opportunities to testify directly before the County Council. However, testimony has been received through our online testimony tool and has been provided to all County Council members for review. Is posted online for the public to view, and counts of the submissions will be announced at the appropriate times. May I have a motion to suspend Rule 3-105?
Rod Van, so moved.
May I have a second?
Councilman Persky, second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to suspend Rule 3-105.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Nay.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The motion to suspend Rule 3-105 is passed.
We will now open our invitation to audience. Madam Secretary, do we have any comments or communications on any subject not included in the printed agenda received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we had one submission of public testimony for invitation to audience, which was shared with the council and posted online.
Thank you. The invitation to audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda at this time? Seeing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution, or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
Lacy, so moved.
Is there a second?
Councilman Persky, second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of June 1st, 5th, 9th, 12th, and 15th, 2020.
June 1, 2020, the meeting was called to order by Vice Chairman Sarah Lacy at 7 p.m. Mr. Pruski gave the invocation, followed by Ms. Fiedler leading the Pledge of Allegiance. June 5, 2020, the meeting was called to order by Chairman Allison Pickard at 10 a.m. Mr. Volkey shared a quote from the Declaration of Independence, followed by Ms. Fiedler leading the Pledge of Allegiance. June 9, 2020. The meeting was called to order by Chairman Allison Pickard at 3 p.m. Ms. Rodvian gave the invocation, followed by Ms. Fiedler leading the Pledge of Allegiance. June 12, 2020. The meeting was called to order by Chairman Allison Pickard at 10 a.m. and opened with the invocation given by Ms. Hare, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Fiedler. June 15, 2020. The meeting was called to order by Chairman Allison Pickard at 7 p.m. Ms. Lacy read a Flag Day poem, followed by Ms. Fiedler leading the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 1st, 5th, 9th, 12th, and 15th, 2020?
Lacy, so moved.
Councilman Persky, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, the motion carries. The minutes of June 1st, 5th, 9th, 12th, and 15th, 2020 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the title of any bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 5420, an ordinance concerning pension, deferred retirement option program, detention officers and deputy sheriff's retirement plan, employees retirement plan, eligibility, participants. Bill number 5520, an ordinance concerning pensions, deferred retirement option program, term of participation period, limitations on interest. Bill number 5620, an ordinance concerning purchasing, acquisition of real property by gift. Bill number 5720, an ordinance concerning licensing and zoning manufactured mobile homes located outside a mobile park.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any resolutions to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 2320, resolution approving estimates of the annual cost of providing health insurance benefits and the employer subsidies used to determine the rates for certain participants under the County Employee and Retiree Health Benefits Program. Resolution number 2420, resolution approving the declaration of certain non-buildable county-owned property being part of the Old Admiral Court in Annapolis, Maryland, located between properties known as 711 Bestgate Road and 713 Bestgate Road in Annapolis, Maryland, as surplus property. Resolution number 2520, Resolution approving the determination of certain unimproved county-owned property being part of Old Admiral Court in Annapolis, Maryland as surplus property. Resolution number 2620. Resolution appointing 2 Anne Arundel County citizens to serve on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group. Resolution number 2720. Resolution encouraging the Board of Education for Anne Arundel County to better support and fund the evolving mental health and transportation needs of all Anne Arundel County public school students. Resolution number 2820. Resolution denying approval of a transfer between major categories requested by the Anne Arundel County Board of Education for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and hear and vote upon Resolution 2620, 2720, and 2820 this evening.
Is there a second?
Lacey, second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the amendment or the motion to suspend the rules and vote on resolutions 2620, 2720, and 2820 later this evening.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to vote on resolution numbers 2620, 2720, and 2820 later in the evening is passed.
May I have a motion to suspend the rules to hear and vote on bill number 4720 out of order this evening?
So moved, Councilwoman Rodvian.
May I have a second?
Lacey, second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to suspend the rules to hear and vote on bill 4720 out of order this evening.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
I guess I had a point of information. I wanted to know what the reason was that it was being taken out of order before we vote. I wasn't
sure.
clear on that.
That is the bond bill, and
Right.
we have people at the virtual table that the county is paying an exorbitant amount to be here to support the bond bill conversation, and we would like to get them moving along.
With that explanation, yes, aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to hear and vote on bill 4720 out of order is passed.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 47-20.
Bill number 4720, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes.
Thank you. This is an administration bill, and we will be bringing forward Mr. Pete Barron and his cadre of support. I will let him introduce who is with him at the virtual table.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening. For the administration, Pete Barron. Joining me at the virtual table is Ms. McQuaid and Ms. Tooney from Finance, from Law, Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer, and our outside bond counsel, Mr. Bill Henn. In addition, we have Mr. Gregory, I believe, waiting in the wings if there are any additional questions. So this is 4720, the annual bond ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of the county's general obligation bonds, bond anticipation notes, often referred to as bands. Bands are issued in the form of a line of credit, which are short-term loans. Before I introduce and turn it over to Mr. Henn, all information was presented to the county auditor for review. I do want to mention the administration will be asking for an amendment at the appropriate time to correct certain dollar amounts and conform the bill to the final capital budget that this body approved. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Henn, and happy to answer any questions the council has after Mr.
Thank you very much. Bill number 4720 is the annual bond authorization ordinance. It is in the customary format that the county has utilized over several years during our tenure assisting you. The ordinance authorizes debt for projects and for borrowing that is already approved in your capital budget process. It authorizes general obligation bonds. It authorizes general obligation bond anticipation notes. It authorizes refunding bonds to refund outstanding debt of the county to achieve savings. It also prescribes that there shall be a competitive sale for the county's general obligation bonds, and consistent with state law permits there to be a negotiated private sale in the case of refunding bonds and bond anticipation notes. The ordinance provides, as mandated in the charter, a pledge of the full faith and credit of the county to secure the debt subject to the property tax limitations of the charter. I would say the ordinance also provides detail on the manner of public sale of the bonds, including the form of notice of sale, and authorizes the administration and prescribes the methods for actually implementing the bond issuances in connection with raising money for the county's capital purposes. Thank you.
I see we have at least one question from my colleagues. Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who this is best directed to, but I was curious about the bonds. Does this include the sale of the PPI bonds? I think I'd asked this question last year, and because they were so new, I'm not sure that there was much of an inclusion of those bonds in that sale, but if somebody could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Perhaps Mr. Henn or Ms. McQuaid will know that off the top of their head.
It would include any PPI bonds that you passed in your budget.
Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Do we have any other questions regarding Bill 4720, the annual bond bill for the virtual table? Seeing no other questions, we will open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
No, Madam Chairman, we have not received any submissions of testimony on Bill 4720.
Thank you. The public hearing on Bill number 47-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 47-20.
Bill number 4720, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland, general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there is an amendment from the administration. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
I shall. I'll give it a moment to see if it comes up online, on screen rather. Here we are. Amendment number 1. This amendment decreases the amount of bond authority and corrects certain amounts in the bill to conform to the final capital budget.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved, Councilman Peruski.
Is there a second?
Second, Councilman Rodby.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Mr. Barron, did you want to speak to this amendment at all?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Make sure I'm unmuted. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron for the administration. Amendment number 1 decreases the amount of bond authority to $993,220,403, a decrease of $20,026,897, and correct certain amounts in the bill to conform with the final approved capital budget. Please move favorably.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 is adopted.
Thank you. Bill number 47-20 as amended will be heard on July 20th, 2020. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 20-20 as amended.
Bill number 2020, an ordinance concerning ethics, conflicts of interest.
This is an administration bill. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me at the table will be Mr. Swain from the Office of Law and Mr. Botsaris from Ethics. Bill 20-20 has been on a long road. It's, I think, the last bill from the pre-COVID pandemic pause. And I just want to thank everybody for their hard work on this bill. Council, the council's attorney, Office of Law, Mr. Botsaris, Councilman Volkey. We've had a number of conversations about this bill. Basically, we amended the bill to be a little bit clearer to ensure that folks who are serving on boards and commissions are able to do that work in a volunteer capacity without running afoul of one particular provision of the ethics code. Other provisions of the ethics code will still apply. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but I think we've been around and around on this bill, and I want to thank everybody. So hopefully we will pass it today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council on Bill 2020 as amended? Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
No, Madam Chairman, we have not received any submissions of testimony on Bill 2020.
You. The public hearing on Bill number 20-20 as amended is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 20-20 as amended.
Bill number 2020, an ordinance concerning ethics, conflicts of interest.
Last call for conversation or discussion on Bill 2020 as amended. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 20-20 as amended.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill 2020 as amended is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 44-20.
Bill number 4420, an ordinance concerning personnel, classified service, exempt service.
Thank you. This is an administration bill. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the virtual table will be Ms. Dickerson and Ms. Harold from Personnel and Ms. Lori Blair-Klausmeyer from the Office of Law. This is our annual pay bill for the classified service. It is the result of collective bargaining and the budget passed by this council for fiscal year 2021. It implements 12 union contract pay packages for FY21. It includes the lump sum payment approved in the FY21 budget for all non-rep employees, exempt employees, employees of the state's attorney's office, circuit court, and soil conservation. It approves eligibility for the animal control supervisors to receive on-call pay. It provides a foreign language allowance to non-representative employees that qualify and are given an assignment that requires a foreign language. It clarifies annual leave carryover and conversion of disability leave for certain employees. It provides negotiated pay adjustments to certain employees, corrects pay compression, service time, or other administrative adjustments. We are happy to answer any questions that the council has.
I see a question from Ms. Hare.
I can defer to Madam Auditor if she has a comment.
Okay. Madam Auditor, you have the floor.
I just wanted to note a correction in my blue letter because it says while the fiscal note stated that the park ranger's salary increases were not in the approved fiscal year 21 operating, it should say proposed fiscal year 21 operating budget. They were added as part of the supplemental.
Thank you. Ms. Hare, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So Madam Auditor sort of touched on my question a little bit. There seem to be a number of areas in this bill that were not part of the approved budget. And I suppose my question is for Ms. Klausmeyer, if that is permissible, can we pass a bill that allocates money not appropriated in the budget?
So if I understand the question correct, I'm sorry, Lori Blair-Klausmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. So if I understand your question correctly, are you saying that certain of these increases were not included in the FY21 budget package?
Correct. According to Madam Auditor's blue letter, that is accurate. There's a number of salary increases that were not part of the approved operating budget.
So you can pass this bill. The question is whether or not these can actually be paid based on what is in the departmental budgets. It may be that a supplemental was not presented because some of these increases may be covered through turnover or other salary costs in the budget that was actually passed. I don't have that particular information. Maybe I'm trying to look at who's on the screen. Okay, the auditor is raising her hand, and perhaps someone from personnel will answer those as well.
Madam Auditor, did you want to weigh in on that question?
Yeah, I can address the ones that I kind of know from my understanding with talking to the budget office that historically some of these like on-call pay and some of these like extra pay items have historically not been put in the budget, and it's either absorbed through department turnover or they have like a special pay allotment. It just wasn't that when we were reviewing, it's not like you would see an increase for that amount. So I do know for that one, that is the case. Let me see. I would assume that's the case for the other ones as well. Maybe somebody from the budget office can confirm that, or I don't know. Do you have someone from the budget office?
Mr. Mayor.
We did not bring the budget office to the table. I do have Ms. Dickerson and Ms. Harold from personnel, and maybe they can take a stab at it.
Carrie Dickerson, Personnel Officer. I'll take the first stab and then I'll look for Susan to jump in. A lot of the increases are based on the merit dates. And so the way that it's budgeted, I believe, is based on the date that the person will actually earn the increase and not necessarily the date, the beginning of the fiscal year, because everybody doesn't get all of the increases at the beginning of the fiscal year.
And it does look like Mr. Beecham has arrived.
Mr. Beecham, were you able to hear the question? Do we need to repeat the question?
No, ma'am, Madam Chair, I did hear the question. In terms of the legality of being able to cover that, I'll defer to the Office of Law, but the Office of Budget is quite comfortable that we will be able to absorb this in existing appropriations in the FY21 budget.
So this is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. So my question is, just a clarifying one. So some of these are what I'm understanding, like the on-call time are policy decisions. You're not looking to increase a department's budget with this bill. You're just making a policy decision about how the money already allocated to departments will be divvied up. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am. Jim Beecham, Budget Officer.
I'm just trying to understand for my own sake. So did anyone else from personnel, Ms. Harold, want to answer Ms. Hare's? We're still on Ms. Hare's question. So Ms. Hare, did that satisfy your question?
It did. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have any other? Oh, Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is sort of a statement, maybe a question. I suppose where I'm struggling is I thought the whole purpose of the budget was for us to allocate where departments were going to spend money. And now it sounds like the budget isn't really doing that because it's a policy decision that's being made by the departments as they go through how they're going to allocate the budgeted funds in a different way potentially than we knew they were going to do it when we passed the budget. So I guess I'm just confused by this.
I don't know if there's a question there, Madam Chair.
Mr. Volke, did you have a question you wanted to frame or?
I mean, I don't think that there is a question. I think it's more of a statement because again, this gets back to this idea that somehow we're actually the final fiscal authority. And I just, every time I hear that, the longer I'm on the council, the less I believe it.
So again, what I'm understanding is nothing in this pay bill changes the bottom line of any department's budget that we passed, correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I feel like the final fiscal authority in this case. But that was just a statement. So do we have any other questions? Madam Auditor, you have the floor.
And the administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they typically pay for this through turnover. And if there are insufficient funds, at the end of the day, they would have to bring back down a supplemental or a transfer appropriation.
That is my understanding as well, Madam Auditor. Pete Barron for the administration.
Okay, do we have any other questions of my colleagues for Bill 44-20? Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. I guess this might be for budget or for somebody associated with the administration, but why was this not included, some of these sort of special pays in the budget when it came down to us?
I'm not sure. Pete Barron for the administration. I am not sure. This is, as I understand it, traditionally how this county has done it. This is the standard practice for the pay bill.
Okay, because what I understood is that when budget submits the budget to the council, they should be aware of what the assumptions are in the budget that they're putting forward. And it seems like this assumption may not have been known when the budget was put forward. So if budget can answer that, I'd appreciate it.
This is Jim Beecham, Budget Officer for Arundel County. The dollars that we're speaking of here are de minimis. And again, there's sort of a policy amount that will be determined through the year. I'm confident my team has considered these and viewed them as immaterial to the greater budget, but they needed to have the dollar amounts approved by the council to be able to pay them throughout the year.
Mr. Beecham, how much do they total?
It's my understanding we're looking at about $8,300. Madam Auditor, is that about right? That the only dollar amount that's not in the budget?
So this is hard to say because, okay, so I'll just kind of go through the on-call. Is probably it's I would say it's hard for me to say. I guess where I come in higher would be the last two bullets where we have like salary adjustments to individuals to get them, I guess, aligned with the union agreements that weren't specifically in the budget, whether that could be covered. I mean, that should be covered with turnover, but you don't know that. It's kind of hard to say. The bilingual is, you know, it'll depend on how often that's used. So it's hard for me to say on that too. I mean, I would say the on-call pay for the animal control supervisors is definitely small because there's only 2 animal control supervisors. And the practice of putting them, that's kind of current practice. So that would be small. But I don't have I don't have the ability to kind of weigh in on the total impact. Maybe you can.
Mr. Volke, if maybe, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beecham. I think one other way to look at it is there is the de facto limit, which is each department's budget, which you approved. If we go above that, we would have to come back down to you. So if our assumptions are incorrect that we can't cover these amounts in turnover or what have you, then we would have to come back to you if in any way the administration were to exceed. And Mr. Beecham, maybe you can say that more eloquently.
Think of these are variable pays. Think of them like overtime or turnover. The numbers are really not determinable prior to approving the budget, but we have confidence that these dollars, de minimis amounts, will be covered in the existing appropriations.
Thank you. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on Mr. Beecham's comments that they can be absorbed within the existing budgets, I think I'm okay with this. What I just wanted to quickly close the loop on is the dollar value. What I'm looking at in the auditor's blue letter is 6 bullets that discuss a variety of salary increases that were not included in the approved 2021 operating budget. And they include 7 firefighter emergency medical technician paramedics, $33,408, 12 lieutenants promoted from a rank other than paramedic, $95,478. There's a sheriff sergeant, 8 police sergeant. I just wanted to make sure this goes on. By my calculation, rough math, it's maybe $150,000. I agree that in the grand scheme of the total budget, it's not a huge amount of money. I just wanted to make sure that 1, legally, we are okay to do this if it wasn't part of the approved budget, and that there wasn't some sort of hiccup with that, and that 2, you can absorb it within the existing appropriations. With both of those questions answered in the affirmative, I'm comfortable with this.
Mr. Barron, did the administration have a response or?
Thank you. Glad we were able to answer all the questions.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Mr. Volke.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Does this bill constitute a new appropriation?
Ms. Klassmeyer,
Yeah, I would defer to Ms. Klausmeyer on that one.
Me shaking my head. Yeah, we'll declare Klassmeyer Deputy County Attorney. No, it does not.
And the reason I ask that is I had an interesting conversation with Ms. Schuett the other day via email where we were discussing the question I had been asking about the fourth quarter transfer bill and what happens if anyone in the administration spends money absent in appropriation. And in that case, as Ms. Schuett pointed out to me, an individual who spends money in elected office without an appropriation can be removed from office. So I guess I'm just not quite clear how these things which don't appear to have been included in the appropriation bill are now coming in front of us in a non-appropriation bill. If we approve them, how does that, how is that acceptable? How does that make sense legally? And I could be getting it wrong. So Ms. Glassmeyer or Ms. Schuett, if either of you want to correct me on that, I understand, but that's just what I'm hung up on at this moment.
Ms. Glassmeyer, did you have a response?
Sure. And I think we've kind of talked about it, but essentially the budget is a good estimate of what's going to be spent in the coming year. There are salary numbers, there's personnel costs. These things are, $150,000 total, I think is what Ms. Hare calculated. They either get absorbed or they don't get paid, or there's a transfer bill to allow them to be paid ultimately down the line if it exceeds the amount that's actually budgeted. Everybody has a kind of a turnover number in their budget on the anticipation that people will leave, don't get their salaries for a certain period of time, that sort of thing. And so these smaller amounts are generally considered to be absorbable, if that's a word, into the budget for that department for that year. Again, if they're not, they either A, can't be paid, or B, there needs to be a fourth quarter transfer to come back to be able to pay them.
Thank you. Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. Being the longest tenured councilman on the council, we have done this before. There is a difference, Mr. Volke, though. This is not a fourth quarter transfer. This is almost a reconciliation that we describe in budget, where you essentially have people that have now either retired or moved on, and they didn't know that. And when we do pass the budget, it's always an estimate. That's why at the end of the year, we do either have things that are left in CEO contingency or salaries aren't paid. So technically what they're doing right now is kind of a correction based upon retirements. I'm sure Ms. Dickerson could probably give you, if you wanted it, the list of people that decided on July 1, I'm going to go ahead and retire, or people that have transferred or positions added. So in some ways, I see this where it would be an appropriation if we were basically taking, maybe, I don't know, $1 million or something that wasn't discussed in the budget, but I more consider this a cleanup. And I could be wrong, and maybe I'm characterizing that, but I know in prior administrations, we've done this as well. It doesn't happen all the time. It just happens sometimes based upon how folks are set with their salaries, their categories, when the contracts come out and things along those lines. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding Bill 44-20? Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dickerson, are these additional things that Mr. Pruski was referencing, are they a result of retirements? Is that why we're having this cleanup bill?
So there are positions in this bill that are the result of negotiated contracts. I think what Mr. Pruski was referencing is the offset and how they get paid for. There's oftentimes turnover as a result of people being promoted or resigning from the county, retiring from the county, and those are offset in our budget.
Okay, but I guess I'm going to look particularly at the 7 firefighter EMT paramedic positions, the 12 fire lieutenants, and the 8 police sergeants. And by the way, my math puts it at about 165, not 150. But anyway, looking at those in that first sort of 3 bullet point section on page 3 of the auditor's blue letter toward the top, at that point, it talks about these are promotions that would have been received in FY17 or FY18 under the old memorandum of agreement. It then talks about that would have been in effect for FY19 and FY20. So we're dealing with a little bit of ancient history, it seems to me, on this. And I guess what I'm curious about is how did we not know about this in the budget such that we did this in the budget? Why are we doing it now?
So I can't speak to how the position was budgeted. Susan, did you have I saw your hand.
Ms. Harold, did you want to respond to that? You have the floor.
Thank you. Susan Harold, Office of Personnel. These were negotiated items, and when the Office of Personnel reports to budget at budget time the cost of the pay packages that we've negotiated with each union, we give an overall salary, what we believe it's going to cost. Those movements, these movements here are factored in. So it's above and beyond, but I don't know that it's not been in budget. So when we report that, you know, it's $5 million over the fiscal year, I believe this is baked in.
Okay, so thank you. Then my follow-up, I guess, would be to Mr. Beecham. Was this baked in?
We utilize the information provided by personnel and the interpretation of the bargaining unit contract and bake those costs into the budget. Yes.
And you had those figures by the end of March. The budget was presented in May because the contracts, as I understand it, were negotiated at some point prior to COVID, which was early March that we kind of came under that situation in Anne Arundel County. So I guess, am I to follow that these were baked in? That's what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. So we're all a little new to the council work, but the pay bill, like the bond bill, goes hand in hand with the budget we passed on June 12th. So the pay bill delineates all the different positions in every bargaining unit, and that's why we're seeing the detail in the pay bill versus the detail of the $8,300, what have you, in the budget bill. Does that sound, would you concur, Ms. Harold, Ms. Dickerson?
Yes, Sherry Dickerson, Personnel Office.
Okay. Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a quick follow-up. As I understand it then, somebody tell me if I'm incorrect, basically the difference between the budget and what we have here is this $165,000 difference or so that may have been at some place accounted for in the budget, but wasn't directly accounted for in the budget. I guess I'm trying to understand it's baked in, but we didn't know it was baked in, but now that we've passed the budget, we realize there's sufficient money to cover this. Is that what you all are saying?
Sherry Dickerson, Personnel Officer. So I need Ms. Smith probably to explain why she says it's not baked in order to give you a more appropriate answer.
Madam Auditor, you have the floor.
So when we get a budget, we get a personnel listing of all the positions and their salaries. So these amounts weren't included there, and they weren't included in our calculations of the pay raises. So that's why we said they were not included in the budget. Whether it was possibly put into turnover or some other way, I have no idea. But we did not see them directly in the budget.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions regarding Bill 44-20? Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public for 44-20?
No, Madam Chairman, we have received no submissions of public testimony on Bill 44-20.
The public hearing on Bill number 44-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 44-20.
Bill number 44-20, an ordinance concerning personnel classified service exempt service.
Is there any further discussion on Bill 44-20? Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ultimately going to vote for this because I don't think it's fair to penalize the individual county employees who are part of this negotiation and who are getting these benefits as a result of the negotiations. But I do think that it's pretty obvious that the county exec staff, budget office, everybody seemed to miss these through the budgeting process. So now we're getting the quote cleanup bill. And it's frustrating that this wasn't included in the budget. With that said, again, I'm not going to vote no and try to penalize these individual county employees who are going to get these as a result of the negotiated agreements with their unions. But I do think this is just, it's interesting to me that we can find the extra money every time we need to find the extra money. We did it, earlier this year for COVID, we did it now. So it's just a continuing trend that we're seeing.
Any other discussion on Bill 44-20? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 44-20.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill 44-20 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 45-20.
Bill number 45-20, an ordinance concerning licenses and registrations, short-term residential rentals.
Thank you. Ms. Rodvian, you are the sponsor of this bill. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, this bill relates back to the short-term residential rental bills that we passed earlier this year. And it really addresses sort of some issues with enforcement in terms of making sure that property owners who are renting out their properties through platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, and the like are in compliance with our registration process. This basically shifts some of that burden after conversations with the platforms. It shifts the burden really more to the county to be observing the enforcement in ways that I think is very reasonable and maybe more realistic in terms of making sure that the hosts as well as the platforms themselves are in compliance with the law. We got feedback after our first bill that what our requirements were going to be very difficult for them to comply with. And so we worked to come up with an alternate mechanism to ensure compliance. And I would just turn for a moment to for Madam Council, Ms. Schuett, to see if she has anything to add or if that's a fair overview of what we're doing here.
Ms. Schuett?
I'm getting there. Thank you. Yeah, there were complaints about things like many of these hosting platforms do business around the world, and our existing law required that they call inspections and permits each time to verify that the host was registered, with a couple of exceptions. But they said that's just impractical. We don't have enough people to be calling IMP, day in, day out over each rental. That was one example. There were a couple of others. They couldn't report certain violations within the time that we had previously said, or that the council had previously said. So we agreed that as promptly as possible would work as well. So those were the kinds of things that, and in return, especially with respect to registrations, they agreed to change and build into their platform a field where the host himself or herself or itself enters the registration number. So we get the same benefit, but it's up to the host to actually put in the number. And so those were the few changes. But in addition, because building in the field in order for the host to put the number is not a do it overnight kind of thing, and they do it with engineers who have contracts to do it with the engineers. But because of COVID, the engineers are working at home, and they didn't know how long was that actually going to take to get these fields built in. So in the very bottom of the bill, it talks about the county not enforcing these new provisions until at least 6 months. And then if they're still not finished in 6 months, the county can give an additional extension if necessary. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler, your hand is raised.
Thank you. This is a question for Madam Auditor, I believe. So in the fiscal note, it says that there will be some increased cost to the county. My understanding when the previous bill was passed, the fee to register a short-term rental was set at such a rate that we were trying to limit, if not create, no net increase. Do we have any idea what the increase to the county would be?
So what I wrote in my auditor's thing was that neither the Department of Inspections and Permits or the Office of Finance expects these changes to result in additional work being performed by the county that would result in additional cost to the county. So that's the information I had received from the administration. I did say that this does shift the verification off the hosting platform to the county. So the hosting platform is no longer required to report that. So I don't know if that's what you were getting at, but the feedback I got from the administration was that they weren't going to do more work to the extent that it would cost more. Maybe somebody from the administration can weigh in on
that. Ms. Fiedler, and then we'll
Thank
go
you.
to Mr. Marin and then Ms. Hare.
I appreciate the clarification. I don't have any other questions, and I reread your note, and you are correct. So thank you, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Barron, and we didn't allow the administration to weigh in on this bill originally before we opened the floor, but do you have a response?
Thank you. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the table is Ms. Say from OPZ, Mr. Deck and Mr. Bryant from IMP should also be available, as well as Mr. Africa and Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer. To be clear, the administration has no issues with this bill. I believe, and I'll defer to the experts in IMP in particular, but we agree with the auditor assessment of what the administration told her. We do not expect additional work to cost the county money to implement the changes contained in 4520.
Thank you. Ms. Hare, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think this is implied by both Councilwoman Rodvian's statements and Ms. Schuett's statements, but I just want to make sure. It was my understanding that after the short-term rental bill was passed before, Airbnb essentially said, we're not doing business in the county anymore. With this bill, if this bill passes, is Airbnb willing to still do business in the county?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, Ms. Rodvian.
Oh, I can let Ms. Schuett respond as well.
Does it matter? I
Yeah,
need
communication.
I'm sorry. Who has the floor? Who has the floor?
Ms. Schuett, you have the floor.
Okay. Airbnb, when they spoke to us, they did not say, well, we're just going to stop doing business. They were very forthright in saying, we don't do business anywhere where we know we can't comply with the law. And they knew that they couldn't call IMP day in, day out, and they wanted to work with us. And that's what happened. But now that if this bill passes, in fact, maybe even before it passes, they are doing business in the county, yes.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the sponsor for working on this bill. Obviously, originally I and some others on the council were not supportive of it, but I think that this addresses some of the concerns that we had. So I just want to thank the sponsor for taking that response from some of the industry groups and then trying to find a workable solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback, and I want to give enormous credit and thanks to Ms. Schuett, who did a lot of the legwork, meeting with the staff who changed midstream at one of the platforms, and really coordinating out the details. So I'm the sponsor, but Ms. Schuett did a lot of the legwork. So thank you very much for making this work for our county.
Do we have any other questions or comments regarding Bill 45-20? Seeing none, We will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from the members of the public on Bill 45-20?
No, Madam Chair, we've not received any submissions of public testimony on Bill 45-20.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 45-20.
Bill number 45-20, an ordinance concerning licenses and registrations, short-term residential units.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 45-20.
Excuse me, Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 45-20 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 46-20.
Bill number 46-20, an ordinance concerning residential rent increases during the catastrophic health emergency.
Mr. Pruski, this is your bill. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Andrew Pruski, District 4. If you can recall, we brought this as emergency legislation. It did not pass prior. I do want to let everybody know that we're close to 1,000 calls for assistance. We declared a health emergency on March 5th, 2020. And actually, since then, we continue to get calls of folks who are trying to stay certainly in rental places. And I think there's something else that I wanted to reiterate along with the bills. We've been through it once, that the folks who are really impacted by this bill are really low income and folks who are struggling the most, that are both unemployed, folks who don't necessarily have the opportunity to get reemployed or training. It's very difficult for them, particularly when you're in a rental, and they're struggling right now. And I know this council has obviously advocated and pushed for supporting small business, pushing other things. But the basic need to have a roof over your head during a pandemic, I think is a big deal. And I'll reiterate to everyone, this can make a big difference. And I think this is common sense. If you look at throughout the state, many other jurisdictions have passed this bill, similar. Many of them have had a higher threshold, which I worked with many of you when we talked this, trying to be reasonable, and also trying to make a difference in people's lives. Because what's going to end up happening, as obviously unemployment and other things occur, is that we're going to have people both homeless and also asking for additional assistance. And I'd rather have people stay in their place and work, obviously towards a solution. And I think this bill does that. So I'll leave it at that. But I ask my colleagues to really consider the importance of this and trying helping people during a pandemic in a reasonable way. And I'll finish at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I pass on to the administration, Ms. Rodvian, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to request, I really appreciate Councilman Pruski introducing this bill, and I wanted to request that I could be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Mr. Barron, would the administration like to weigh in on this bill?
Of course, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the administration. Pete Barron. Joining me at the virtual table is Ms. Koch from ACDS and Mr. Martin from Housing. Additionally, we have Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer from the Office of Law. I don't know if it was just me, but I did have a little bit of issue hearing Councilman Pruski. It sounded like you were underwater there a little bit, but I think I got the thrust of what you were saying and what was discussed in the previous bill. I want to say this: we're all, everyone on the screen today, everyone in the county is very concerned. The county executive is extremely concerned about where this economy is going and the number of people that are truly hurting. I believe when I spoke to the county executive, I know I can speak for him here, that he believes that this bill will help some folks who need help. We have put money in the county from the CARES Act in eviction prevention programs. We are seeing unprecedented numbers of people filing for unemployment, folks who were often one paycheck away from disaster before the pandemic are facing the real threat of being homeless or having to take furlough days or skip pay paychecks. So what Councilman Pruski has proposed here, we believe is very reasonable. We applaud him. You will see in your testimony that the industry group is supportive of this bill as they were the last bill. This is a good step in the right direction. It's not going to solve everybody who's in crisis's problems, but this is a important protection that we as a county should put on during this health emergency. So with that, the administration strongly supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This is probably a question for Ms. Glassmeyer. How exactly does this bill stand up under constitutional scrutiny with respect to the contracts clause?
Lori Blair, Deputy County Attorney. We looked at this issue previously with the other bill. It can't affect contracts that are already in place. That's why it's got the prospective only application. So it can only apply to contracts that have not already been negotiated and signed.
Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I'm not sure who this question would go to, but in response to the comments that there would be folks who would be without a home, is my understanding of the executive order from the governor that there are no evictions currently? That's still in effect. I believe it is listed still under the current executive orders in place.
That is correct. Councilwoman Fiedler, Pete Barron for the administration. As I understand it though, if my lease ends and the landlord says my rent is 10% higher, I have no right to stay.
Understood. I just wanted to clarify that the executive order was still in effect.
Yes, it is, as I understand.
Okay, thank you.
It's my understanding that eviction, this is Allison Pickard, Chair D2. It's my understanding that the executive order regarding, and I could be wrong, regarding eviction proceedings ends, is it July 31st or is it August? Ms. Koch?
Oh, sorry. Okay. At July 25th, currently, as we stand, again, people are filing the paperwork. Evictions can't happen, but they're already starting to file the paperwork in the court system.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Hare, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Ms. Glassmeyer, I just wanted to follow up. So I'm trying to make sure I understand here, because if a lease that was entered into previously allows a landlord to raise the rent by 5%, and in February the landlord says, hey, your lease is up April 30, I'm going to raise the rent by 5% on April 30. It's my understanding that this bill would prohibit that, but in my mind, I see that as a contract that was already entered into, and that would be a violation of the contracts clause. Am I misunderstanding what this bill states?
Well, if that lease is actually ending on February, whatever, or April or whatever, and a new contract has to be signed, then this bill would prohibit that.
And that's true even if the terms of the lease existing in February allowed it or mandated it?
this bill cannot interfere with contracts that are already in place. So if you have a lease that's running, and has something built into it, and a person signed that lease, then you can't interfere with that particular contract.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shewitt, did you want to add something to that conversation?
I did. I mean, typically, if there's a lease that says in year 2 of the lease, the rent will go up by 2%, you're not really renewing the contract. You're just going into the second year of the same contract. So, and this bill applies to renewals.
Renewal meaning a new contract. I agree. Yep.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify something Mr. Barron had mentioned. He said the industry group, I believe he was referring to Maryland Multi-Housing Association, is in support of this bill. As I understood it, they're in support of the bill if it's amended to change the effective expiration from 120 days to 30 days. Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Barron?
I'll be honest, I saw them on the list online. The text of their comments were not on it. It just said support. So I don't know the specifics of 30 or 120 days. I would err on the side of giving our residents more time.
Got it. And so does that affect your thoughts at all on the bill? Because of the email that I got from them indicated that they were supportive. It's from June 15th, 2020, favorable with amendment. And the letter they said was that they were favorable provided that that 30-day change was made to make this consistent with the previous emergency ordinance that was in front of the council.
The administration's support is not contingent on Maryland Multifamily Housing's position on the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, District 4. I just want to reiterate, we had an opportunity to pass this bill with emergency legislation, and obviously the time clock has changed because of what's there. And the governor's order does get impacted those 120 days, so that even limited further. We have to reintroduce this bill if the order came out from the law office. But let me just state something. I don't vote on bills based upon an industry. I take their certain information, and certainly I get support sometime. I think it's important. I think the people that are underwater right now don't have unemployed is the folks that I'm listening to. The emails that I got. And in particular, I want to reiterate something that's clear here, that the last time we didn't vote on this, I had people get their rent raised 10%, and they got their eviction notice. So the action that we take sends a clear message to those folks that are getting price gouged during this. We don't have state law, which I checked with the General's office, and I checked with other folks. There is zero protection for price gouging. So I want to remind everyone that certainly this is not just about limiting rent increases or other things. This is also people taking advantage of during a situation. I wanted to reiterate that as well. I think listening to those folks that are really struggling, and then we have the homeless increase, and obviously people not having a place to live. We're going to have to answer to that. Of course, our proposals will obviously take that, but I do want to mention that. Thank you.
This is Allison Pickard, Chair D2. I had I know the sponsor, Mr. Pruski, has worked really hard, first for the emergency legislation, and now for this, including many compromises around the 3%. For my colleagues who also serve as landlords, I'm curious to know what sort of, how do you deal with the annual renewals with your tenants regarding, is it typically a 3%? Do you go by the CPI? Is it with the cost of living, with the federal government? How do you gauge how you raise your rent, or do you not raise the rent? How do landlords work this? Because 3% seems, I had a constituent reach out to me who was receiving a 3% sort of annual renewal. And so is 3% what usually happens? Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question, so I don't know if you want to defer to anybody else or if I can ask my question.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I can really speak very well for any large group of landlords, but About a decade ago, my husband and I bought a house that quickly fell underwater thanks to the last recession. And so we sort of unintentionally, unplanned, became landlords. In our one-off property, it's basically controlled by our property manager. They set the rates based on the market. So that's one small, tiny piece of anecdotal evidence to answer your question. And maybe, I don't know, we have some folks that are much more knowledgeable about housing than I am that might be able to give something a little more complete.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I am not a landlord, so I can't speak to that piece of it, but I can say that anecdotally, I have actually heard very heartwarming stories about landlords and tenants working together to actually lower the rent if that's what needs to happen, because I think landlords also understand that right now it's particularly important to keep your tenant and to keep your tenant on a good terms so that everyone makes it through this okay. So I just wanted to throw that out there and to say thank you to the landlords and tenants who are working together during this time. I think that's really great.
Great. Mr. Wilkie, your question got deferred for a moment. Excuse me.
Quite all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my question, it's really more of a statement, but I think just responding to some of the things that my colleague Councilman Pruski mentioned, I know that I'm cognizant, as well as I believe others on the council, of the economic impact that this COVID-19 induced recession and economic hardship is having on people across our county, but also across our state and our country. I wouldn't be surprised to see the governor extend the eviction moratorium because I know, I've read some articles that suggest there's some pressure there. But the one thing that I would say is this country was founded on the ideas of contract and freedom of contract between private individuals. The whole purpose of the Contracts Clause was to try to keep the government from being able to interfere in the rights of private contracts and also from sort of letting individuals potentially favorable treatment, in some cases to wealthy individuals, letting them out of contractual obligations, which was not something that anybody wanted to see. So I just think that we have to try to keep in mind when we're making these sort of policy decisions, what our role is here in the government. And unfortunately, our role is not to solve every societal ill. And I think that we have to operate within the bounds of the framework that we have under our federal and state and then local charter, but our federal and state constitutions. And it's a major concern for me to see us getting involved in limitations on private rights here, particularly as they pertain to contracts. And that's not intended to be insensitive to anyone who is dealing with housing insecurity and who is going to be facing these types of crises. The good news is that the county executive, to his credit, has put together an assistance program for those who need assistance with rent. The state also has a program. Other jurisdictions have done the same thing. So those are steps in the right direction. But I think the thing that's somewhat lost in all of this is the other side of the coin, which is these landlords who are out there also have mortgages and also have property taxes that they have to pay to the county. And so the idea that they're not allowed to, in any way, shape, or form, increase their costs, whatever their rationale or basis may be for that, I think that just ignores the other side of the equation. And that may not be an in vogue perspective right now, because I think that where we are, that may not be something that a lot of people want to consider or hear, but I think it is an important perspective that needs to be part of this calculus. So thank you.
Mr. Pruski.
Can I yield to Ms. Schuett first? She respectfully had her flag up, and then if I could speak after that, thank you.
Sure, Ms. Schuett.
Thank you. I think as already been stated, this bill does not interfere with contractual relationships. It's perspective only, and therefore it affects only potential things that you can't do in the future with respect to contracting. That's not illegal. The other thing I wanted to say is that I am a landlord of two different places, and in the one in Anne Arundel County, by contract, there's a 2% raise each year. And the norm for most reasonable landlords is the consumer price index, but it's usually between 2 and 5%. But then you have those landlords who don't care. And many landlords do want to work with their tenants. I mean, nobody wants to kick a tenant out when they're having hardship. Well, I don't, but maybe there are some who do. And those people trying to charge 10% at a time like this is just outrageous. And it's not an illegal thing to do. So it's really a policy question for the county council. Thank you.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly respect my colleague's opinion. I always do. I think there's something a little bit different here, though. The fact that if you sell Clorox bleach on the street for $50 and you can get caught by the Attorney General for doing that for price gouging, yeah, you're going to have some place where folks live. A contract is a sales receipt. So it depends on what you view as a contract in government's role. We also only have a pandemic, I don't know, every 100, 150 years, depends on how large it is. And I think we're under extreme times right now. And particularly, I've gotten a lot of calls of folks where people are not working with their tenants. And so this bill is that protection. And I think the mere fact that I looked at the CPI, I reached out to actual agents and talked to them and seeing, what's there. I think, again, this is reasonable. We have a different opinion, that's fine. But I don't know if you've been reading articles, but the number of people that we've been are unemployed, and once that eviction rate goes away, we can talk about all the programs we have now, but once we move into phase 3 or these programs end, and they will, the courts will open up, then we're going to start seeing the hard numbers. And I don't want to sit here and say I could have done something. And that's that opportunity I think all of us have to take that step. If you have a difference of opinion, that's fine. But I, again, want to reiterate that we have an opportunity here to be reasonable, to help people out, and to come in and try and make things that make sense. Thank you.
Mr. Pruski, I did want to let you know your audio goes in and out. Sometimes it's pretty garbled. Sometimes you're clear. So might want to play with your audio a bit, and I recommend speaking slower. I think that'll help when it gets a little garbled.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lacey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to make the point that, the government is in plenty of our contracts and is in plenty of them prospectively. That's part of what we do. We make laws. It gets into contracts incorporated, either they're in or future contracts are written in a way to not apply laws that governments have passed. And so I don't think this situation is fundamentally different from that. But the other thing that is really important is that there's a protection and a balance that's set as a policy decision, which in Councilman Pruski's bill is proposed at 3%. That increases greater than 3% would be essentially considered price gouging to the extent you analogize that term to rent increases. And I think you should flip it around and ask the question of our landlords here at the virtual table tonight. Is there some reason that any additional expenses that you incur and have to pay for wouldn't be covered by an increase of 2.99%? Is it actually that razor thin? Because if so, I question why you're a landlord. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding Bill 4620? Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3 again. I did have a quick question. I don't know if anyone knows this, but at the state level, in the Attorney General's office, price gouging, is there any unit of the Attorney General's office that looks at any kind of
Mr. Volkey, we're having trouble with your audio now. We lost the last part of what you were saying.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be a little louder, and if I cut out, I apologize. I was saying, does anyone know if at the Attorney General level, that looks into housing price gouging, if you will, or rental cost price gouging?
This is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. Does anyone at the virtual table have any comments around the Attorney General's office? Mr. Barron.
Madam Chair, maybe Ms. Klausmeyer knows there is an Office of Consumer Protection in the Attorney General's office. However, currently there's no prohibition in state or local law against high rent raise hikes. So I don't know what the Attorney General would be able to investigate at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Sort of my final comments, I suppose. I do believe that this is a bit of an overreach of government in terms of interfering in private negotiations between people. In response to Councilwoman Lacey, I don't actually know why a lot of people become landlords. It can happen for a variety of reasons. I think we heard from Councilwoman Rodbian that in fact she became a landlord unintentionally as a result of the last housing market crash. So there may very well be a number of landlords who are landlords not by choice, but because they could not sell their house or they're underwater or they took out a home equity line of credit or something, and they are struggling just as much as the tenant. I really do hope that people work together as much as possible to try and all make it through, and everyone's doing what they can to sort of help thy neighbor. But in this instance, I think we're only looking at part of the equation. We're only considering this particular tenant who had their rent go up by 10%. We're not considering the other side. And I think that's the slippery slope that you get into with this type of legislation. So I certainly respect what Councilman Persky is trying to do. And my heart goes out to anyone who is having a struggle right now with housing, and certainly, take advantage of the programs that the county is offering and the state and things like that. But I can't support this legislation for that reason.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I have not received constituents' emails who are in this situation. So my question to the sponsor of the bill is, do you have any information from the business side if the rates were deflated prior to the increase? I did go onto some rental websites because I understood the name of the rental agency, and it seemed like they were pretty in line with the market, but it didn't, that information did not tell me where they were before, if that rate was reflected of recent changes. So I have a hard time making a decision that affects tenants of all sizes and shapes when I feel like I don't have the full picture on the circumstance.
Mr. Pruski.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. So actually, I've had two people email me, and they actually sent us their contract. Now, obviously, I don't want to put people's personal information out regarding what's there, unless somebody wants to make a FOIA request, but their information included the leasing and the contract language, and it was usually 2 to 3% annual, but it happened to be bumped up 10% this year. That was one person, and then another person obviously sent me that same information. But in addition, I've also received calls about the bill. Of course, I didn't ask for every single contract, but there are other emails coming back to me that similar situations of 80%, 90% are coming in. So we say it's 1 or 2 people. I mean, there's obviously others that have reached out to me. I can't speak about others in terms of in their district, but that's what's hurt. And I also think what we're doing is reasonable. I mean, you see other jurisdictions obviously it's in place in other places. And so obviously I think, not that we want to follow one lead away to show people that we can be reasonable, because some of the rates that were put in were, 1% cap, 2%. I understand the CPI, and that's what generally things are. And talking to many of the realtors that live in Arundel County, that impacts throughout. So I'm not sure what else or information I could share, but this is not just one person. This is multiple people. And again, I can let others if you've got testimony in regards to this. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. Thank you, Councilman Pruski, for that answer, although you are still a little garbled. This next question is for Ms. Klassmeyer. So this bill would prohibit a 3.1, 3.2, 3.5% increase as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
We've heard a little bit about government overreach. This is Allison Pickard, Chair D2, government overreach in regard to this bill. I'm curious if my colleagues who feel this is government overreach also feel the governor's executive order to disallow evictions for landlords during this time is also government overreach. It seems like, these are extraordinary times, and we are trying to protect the most vulnerable. There's been a lot of conversation about those 63,000 county residents that are currently on unemployment amongst this council. And this seems like a very reasonable bill to help alleviate rent gouging. It's been passed in similar fashion in Montgomery County. Clearly there's a problem, and it is a temporary bill that ends with 120 days post emergency order of the state emergency order. So I am in support of this bill. If I'd had the wherewithal when Ms. Rodman did, I would have added myself as a co-sponsor. Ms. Fiedler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to comment that I certainly understand that. I guess where I have an issue or where I'm hung up on this is that 3.1% is price gouging, but 2.9% isn't. And I just don't know that I can get behind it under those conditions.
Ms. Rodbian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand the reluctance to get involved in private contracts for the reasons that you said, but we're in extraordinary times. And I also understand the comment from Councilwoman Fiedler regarding, why 3%? Why not 3.1%? Why not 2.9%? I think there's probably a range of numbers that would be appropriate for this bill. And it sounds like the sponsor or the lead sponsor, since I've joined as a co-sponsor, looked at different different indices and different factors that would that might be in play in terms of what a landlord might experience in terms of their own cost increase. But I think whether you go higher or lower, I think that's a very reasonable amount, and it's in line with other indices that are in play. And for that reason, I've already expressed my support for this, and I really hope it can provide some relief and ensure that there aren't landlords, doing what I think we all agree is just a brutal thing to do to a tenant in a time when there's already lots of things causing people enormous stress and major upheaval in their lives.
Mr. Volpe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the governor's decisions. However, that's where I'm going to be. Oh, can you hear me?
We missed all of that, but I'm sure it was profound.
It was very profound. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I said I'm going to refrain from comment on the governor's positions, considering that I'm going to stay in my lane on the county council. But with that being said, I am curious, was there any consideration of using the metric as CPI as opposed to picking a percentage number? Because we've talked about CPI as being a good index or a good benchmark by which it sounds like landlords use to decide how much to raise their rents. So I'm just curious if that was considered.
Mr. Pruski, did you want to respond?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilman Andrew Pruski, District 4. So the whole idea of using 3% is based upon CPI. There were many different ways you can look at this. I mean, you could slice it, dice it, whatever it is. And reaching out to the realtors that sell high-end realty, low-end realty, they essentially agreed that taking double CPI, which was around 1.5, 1.6, would make sense. And also, if you look at other counties, as I stated before, passed a lower threshold. So the proof is in the pudding. I think, the argument's there. We try to, reach out to people to see what there are. I don't want to get into, but I feel like there's more reasons of people trying to find ways out of the bill than not for it. You don't support it, you don't support it. I respect that. I totally respect that. I always do with my colleagues. You have your position. And ultimately, I'm just making a policy call from what I'm seeing in my district and the folks that have reached out. And also, I will say, again, the consequences are looking at the homeless numbers and the people who are actually evicted. I think that's going to be a great indicator from where we're at between the eviction programs and also what we did. And we can probably look at some of that data before to see. So there are consequences, whatever bill we passed. Again, I respect differences in policies, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Ms. Rodvian. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one thing we don't always think about is that because it doesn't happen most of the time, but CPI can actually go down. And I think there's indications in the current economic conditions that CPI could go down. You know, you think of, you know, one of the biggest drivers is the fuel markets and how much gas have you bought in the last 3 months? I think I'm on my second tank since the middle of March. So I think a solid percent actually provides a little more protection for the landlord, and is still a very reasonable, you know, accommodation and middle ground for, you know, someone who, you know, a landlord who might be experiencing some small cost increases that they, you know, need to, for whatever reason, share.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments for Bill 46-20? Seeing none, we'll now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public on 46-20?
Yes, Madam Chair, we had 4 submissions of public testimony received on Bill 4620, which were shared with the council and posted online.
Thank you. The public hearing on Bill number 46-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 46-20.
Bill number 4620, an ordinance concerning residential rent increases during the catastrophic health emergency.
Is there any further discussion before we move to the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1 after it is posted.
Amendment number 1. This amendment reduces the time period that the prohibition against rent increases are allowed to 30 days after the termination of the proclamation of the catastrophic health emergency, and reduces the termination of the ordinance to 30 days after the termination of the proclamation of the catastrophic health emergency.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Volkey, District 3, so moved.
Is there a second?
Chair, second.
Mr. Volkey, this is your bill. Yes, this is your amendment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This shortens the time that this bill would
Having issues with your audio again, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It shortens the period from 120 days to 30 days.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Pruski.
Madam Chair, Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. I do oppose this amendment. We had an opportunity with the emergency legislation, obviously, to come in. The window is shrinking based upon interpretation from the law office. So I consider this as almost a poison pill amendment. Again, if this would have gotten folks vote across the line in the emergency bill, that's a question, but I just can't support something like that, particularly when we're getting all the time that's getting shorter with people's rents. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question to follow up on that comment from Mr. Pruski. As I understand becomes contrary to the original intent. I guess I'm just not sure how shortening this window makes this a poison pill to the bill. So if I could get more information, I'd appreciate it. It'd help me to understand.
Mr. Pruski.
Madam Chair, Councilman Andrew Pruski. Again, I'll reiterate the fact that we had an opportunity here to help people with rents. Now we're into July. So obviously the governor at some point is going to likely remove the emergency declaration, and it's a shorter time with this one. If there's a new declaration, then and there's a new declaration, we would have to get a new bill on the interpretation law office. So this bill only occurs with the current March declaration. So I talk about time and the number of people impacted. The window is impacted from what you're saying. And in addition, I think that we had this opportunity prior to deal with the time slots and other things. This was something in the original bill, so I'm not really sure. Would you support the bill now? I'm not really understanding the intention. So again, this is about time limits. A new bill would have to be discussed if the governor gets rid of the declaration. A lot of this is we don't know in terms of interpretation, but that's why.
Are there any further questions or comments regarding the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
2 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 1 is defeated.
Madam Secretary, I think it was 2 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative.
I said that opposite. Sorry. 2 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. Amendment number 1 is defeated. Thank you, sir. You are muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thought I could get through the whole meeting without muting myself. Is there any further discussion on bill number 46-20? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 46-20.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Bill number 46-20 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 17-20.
Resolution number 1720, resolution proposing an amendment to the charter of Anne Arundel County to remove the limit of 1,500 hours per calendar year for hourly rate contractual employees in the exempt service.
Thank you. This is an administration resolution. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron for the administration. Joining me at the virtual table is Ms. Dickerson from Personnel, Ms. Penley from Health. I believe joining us by candlelight, hopefully, is Ms. Lays from Rec and Parks, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer from the Office of Law. This is the first of 4 proposed charter amendments we will discuss tonight that the administration generated a few months ago, sort of at the very front end of the pandemic. The administration surveyed every department asking to identify places where our charter and provisions in our charter impeded efficiency. 1720 before you now seeks to address the limit on the number of hours contractual employees can work. The current limit is 1,500 hours, and that's, in the administration's view, an arbitrary limit. First, I'm going to walk through a little bit of history. The charter started at a limit of 500 hours in a 12-month period. That limit was then raised twice in the 1980s to 1,000 hours and then 1,250 hours. Then again in the mid-90s to the current 1,500 hour rate. So just to give some perspective of neighboring jurisdictions, Montgomery and Prince George's have lower hour limits than we currently do. Other jurisdictions have no limits. I'm gonna, and I hope she is available. Yes, I'm gonna ask Miss Lays to weigh in. I know she lost power and is somehow still on the Zoom. So I'm gonna ask Ms. Lays to weigh in and talk a little bit about this resolution and why we need it. So Ms. Lays, please.
Good evening. I am working by a spotlight because we lost power and electricity down in South County. Jessica Lays, Deputy Director for Recreation and Parks. In my experience with the county in the last 2 decades, I can say that every administration has kicked this can down the road at some point during their administration. Some failed to pass it with internal reviews, not understanding the problem, not fully understanding what a good solution was. Others decided that it wasn't strategic to put on the ballot for political reasons. Some brought down a resolution and just overcomplicated it and made it very difficult to solve. But nonetheless, this limitation on contractual employees has been a problem and haunted the county for several decades. What you have in front of you tonight is a very simple resolution to what I consider a complex operational problem. It simply eliminates the hourly limitation. It still defines contractual employees as exempt. It still differentiates those exempt employees from the classified positions in the county merit system. It's exactly what the charter founders originally intended. However, I think fast forwarding several decades forward, that now we just have a problem on our hands from an operational standpoint. And I'm very lucky that now with my hands-on experience at the department level, I have a little bit more clarity and a whole lot more understanding of the need for this change on an operational level. So at Rec and Park, we have approximately 800 part-time contractual temp seasonal employees. That's over half of what you just heard Mr. Barron say was the county's contractual workforce. Examples of our contractual workforce at Rec and Park are things like our lifeguards, our maintenance staff, our gatekeepers at our parks, our facility managers, our program leaders in recreation. In athletics, it's our field monitors, it's our gym attendants. In childcare, it's our directors, it's our assistant directors, and it's our aides. Over 350 childcare employees are contractual. And despite our ongoing efforts to try to manage those hours and keep them within the limitation, every year we have a large amount of contractual employees that reach that limitation and get capped off and have to stop working, that we have to then fill the gap with other contractual employees to make ends meet. That most of our programs are full-time. They require full-time staff. So we're constantly hiring contractual employees to fill that gap. Some examples are in our aquatics program. Our pools are open year-round. They have a total of 180 hours weekly. And we fill contractual employees to operate them. Those employees are limited to 30 hours a week. Another example is in our childcare division. We have directors that work full-time during the school year and then run out of hours so that they can no longer be the directors during the summer care programs. You know, these directors are the ones that are familiar with the facilities, or the ones that are familiar with the families that then leave during the summer. We bring new people in, and then we bring those directors and childcare aides back during the school year. So I guess what I'm saying is that at the operational level, at the department level, we end up hiring multiple employees to do what one employee or one full-time employee could be doing if they didn't have that hourly limitation. And it's a problem mainly because it's an added cost to the department, not just from the hiring process. Obviously, we have to advertise, we have to do a background check. We fingerprint all of our employees because they work with the public, especially those that work with the youth. We have to do drug testing for our employees, but But we also have to train our employees, and a lot of our employees and contractual need their certifications. Going back to that aquatics program, those lifeguards have to be certified, and then they have to be recertified every year. So if I'm hiring 2 lifeguards to cover that shift or 3 lifeguards, I'm paying twice or third time as much just to certify them and keep them employed every year. Of course, there's an easy solution. We could make all of our contractual employees full-time employees, and then we wouldn't have that problem. But that's a very costly solution because then you're also paying for their pension benefit and their retiree health care. So by making the limitation or by changing the limitation, we can now utilize our contractual staff to fill those gaps without the cost of a full-time employee. We don't have to offer them pension, and they don't get retiree health care. So therefore, the cost is lower. The bottom line is that the county, and especially Rec and Parks, could operate and do its job more efficiently and more cost effectively if this limitation was limited for contractual employees. We would not only be serving the county department's ability to operate better, but we'd also be serving our county residents with more consistency in our staffing. We would have less faces for them to get to know. We'd have less transition from staff to staff. And ultimately, the taxpayers would be saving money by lifting this limitation. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of the policy perspective from my previous hat being in the budget office, and also the operational insight that will allow you to vote affirmatively for 1720 and put this question on the ballot so the taxpayers can decide. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lays, thank you for that explanation. It was very thorough, and I'm glad you joined us by candlelight. With that said, I had a question for you because this did have a previous iteration in the last council. It was, I believe, Resolution 18-18, and it failed during the last council. The last administration had brought down something similar to this. Can you just give me some background on that particular resolution and why it is that that one failed, but this one looks like it's going to fix the problems from that one? Any insight you can offer on sort of the differences between now and then would be helpful.
Sure. So the resolutions look very similar. If you look at 1818 and 1720, I think the problem was the explanation from the administration on how we would administer it. So there was a lot of conversation back on Resolution 1818 about whose discretion it would be to decide if the employee worked more than 1,500 hours. And the answer at the time was that it was the HR department, it was the personnel officer's discretion on how many hours an employee could work. Obviously, we have a hiring process, and HR is part of that hiring process. But ultimately, it's my view that the department is ultimately responsible for how many hours an employee can work because we're subject to appropriation. So unlike county classified service, where you have a number of employees that you have under classification, in the contractual service, you have a budget appropriation. So we can't exceed that budget appropriation. If I have $100,000, I could pay 2 employees $50,000, or I could pay 1 employee $100,000. So that discretion ends up becoming an operational exercise at the department level. And I think that's what got lost in translation when we did 1818 was the explanation of who would be making that decision on how many hours an employee would be working and which contracts would have a 1,500 hour limitation versus which contracts would not have that limitation in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern with this resolution really is about how the choice is made to make an employee a contractual employee when you describe situations where you have a contractual employee who comes back year after year after year. And in my mind, I would like to see Anne Arundel County be a model employer. I've been on the other end of that situation, and it basically amounted to working for an employer that was never put in a position to provide benefits, to provide health benefits, to provide vacation leave, sick leave, and whatnot. And so I guess I'm really curious about how are we making that decision, and does that I understand the cost saving side of it, but of course, and of course you save money when you're not providing benefits and leave and whatnot. On the flip side, those burdens go somewhere. So, if we have employees that don't have health benefits or don't have sick leave, those have consequences too. And so I'm curious, how is the decision made when a person should be, made a full-time permanent employee versus a contractual employee?
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Rodvian, I mean, that's an excellent question, and it's a concern this administration shares. First, to be clear, the county has to comply with all applicable state and federal laws for employees. So currently there is the Maryland Sick Leave Act. So everybody would have to, if they hit those thresholds under the state law, would be entitled to that. We would love it if we could provide benefits to every position, but the simple matter of the fact is, there are positions and programs that we need to fill now. This council, if you want to help find the revenue, we stand by ready to do so. So it's not a perfect answer, but we share that concern, and but at the same time, we do have programs that the county puts in place that we do need to staff, and there's a little bit of penny smart and pound foolish with the 1,500 hour limit.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding Ms. Schuett?
I'm just curious, is there anything that would prevent the county from, as classified employees leave, from filling those positions with contract employees? I mean, it's kind of like asking, could you eventually get rid of all classified employees and use contract employees, especially as the classified employees retire, move, whatever?
I mean, sorry, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Pete Barron for the administration. I guess theoretically, that could be something that could happen, but this council would still have to approve every budget, and you could seriously whack any administration that attempted to do those kind of games.
Thank you.
And if you look at neighboring counties, that is not what happens in Howard County or Baltimore County, where they don't have the hour limit.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. This is just a comment for Ms. Lays. While I like a good haunting story, I am happy to put this one to the voters and hopefully put it to an end.
I don't see any other questions or comments from my colleagues. We will now open the public hearing on resolution 17-20. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from the public?
No, Madam Chair, we do not have any testimony received on resolution 17-20.
Thank you. The public hearing on resolution 17-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 17-20.
Resolution 17-20, resolution proposing an amendment to the charter of Anne Arundel County to remove a limit of 1,500 hours per calendar year for hourly rate contractual employees in the exempt service.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to hold this vote until our next meeting. I feel like I just personally, I would like to have time to do more research about how this would impact contractual employees. Having been on the side of this where I felt like basically subject to the employer's whim. I don't know that I'm comfortable doing that in our own county. So if I could talk to my colleagues or if my colleagues would be willing to support a 2-week hold on this bill, I would greatly appreciate it.
We have a motion to hold.
Second, Volkey.
May I ask, Madam Secretary, a motion to hold requires a vote of 5 or 4?
I believe it is 4. I unfortunately do not have my cheat sheet with me. I will ask Madam Legislative Attorney if she can chime in, but I believe it's just a vote of 4.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
We may need to ask for Mr. Swain to come up, and maybe Ms. Klausmeyer knows this. There is a deadline to submit the charter amendments to the Board of Elections, and I know that it does need to be reviewed by Office of Law. There was a reason we picked this council meeting, and we knew we were cutting it close. I do not know one way or another if we have 2 weeks, so I would like somebody from Office of Law to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I was just going to raise that issue. Joanne, do you have the date when they have to be submitted? I can look it up.
No, I do not have that in front of me.
Can we bring Mr. Swain? Sorry, Madam Administrator.
I believe we can. Wait a minute.
I believe it's the end of the month.
But I have an email that Mr. Swain sent that said they must be passed by July 6th.
No, I do not. That's not the state law.
Madam Secretary, I have the email if you'd like me to read it.
Thank you. I would appreciate that, Madam Assistant Administrative Officer.
The state law did change, and under state law, the county attorney must certify the language for the local ballot questions not later than the 95th day before the general election. That's election law. So we had decided that this office must send all approved charter amendment resolutions to the county attorney with enough time to meet this statutory deadline, which is Friday, July the 31st. So we had recommended the first meeting in July so that we could hit that July 31st deadline.
Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is a point of information. So assuming that we hold this 2 weeks, it will not negatively impact the future of this resolution. Am I understanding that correctly from law, that we can do this, we can pass it at the next meeting, and we can still be on track to have this on the ballot for this fall?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Barron.
If I may, can I ask for Swain to be brought forward if he is still in the waiting room?
So I'm actually talking with Mr. Swain. I believe he has had some power issues, and he
does not have candlelight.
He is telling me that he can certify by July 31st if we wait until July the 20th.
He did text me the same. He just texted me the same thing.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded to hold resolution 17-20. Yeah. Ms. Schuett.
This is Linda Schuett, attorney for the council. It is a majority vote.
Thank you. Thank you. I like to ask before we get ourselves into any sort of parliamentary mess like we did the other day. So is there any further, do we discuss this?
No. We have a motion. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. If all are in agreement, I can call the roll on the motion to hold the vote on resolution 1720.
Please call the roll, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Mr. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
6 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The motion to hold the vote on resolution 1720 is passed.
So that was, Madam Secretary, that was 5 in the affirmative and 2 in the negative.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So we will reconvene on resolution 17-20 at the July 20th meeting. We're off to a good start, guys. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 18-20.
Resolution 1820, resolution proposing an amendment to the charter of Anne Arundel County permitting the county council to increase the minimum value of purchases and contracts requiring full competitive bidding from an amount not less than $25,000 and not greater than $50,000 to an amount not less than $25,000 and not greater than $100,000.
Thank you. This is a administration resolution. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. I am going to be joined at the virtual table by Ms. Romans and Mr. Heim. It looks like Ms. Romans might also be joining us by candlelight. And Mr. Napolitano from OIT and Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer is sticking around. So this is the second of the 4 proposed charter amendments submitted by the administration that we will discuss tonight. A few months ago at the beginning of the pandemic, the administration, as I mentioned, surveyed every department asking to identify places where our charter impeded efficiency. Resolution 1820 changes the small procurement threshold from the current 50,000 to 100,000 in the charter. Should the charter amendment pass the voters, the county council will still need to pass separate legislation to actually increase that threshold. If you recall, in the 2018 election, the voters approved the threshold going to 50,000, and we needed to bring a bill before this council to increase that amount. So the council will still have another opportunity to turn the dial. Small procurements require 3 quotes and do not require a formal bidding process. Low dollar value and lower risk procurements can be procured more quickly and more efficiently for both the vendor and the county agency. This, we believe, will open the door to more small and local businesses who might not be able to go through the time-consuming and complex process of a full-blown procurement. In FY19 and FY20, the county had a total of 25 procurements that would have been impacted by this legislation. So instead of drafting a formal solicitation, advertising, receiving formal bid packages, these 25 procurements could have been completed by receiving 3 written quotes. Converting these formal procedures to small procurements will help reduce the strain on purchasing and county agency staff required for the formal procurement process. This will also help increase efficiency of conducting competitive procurements while maintaining the intent of the competitive procurement process. I'm going to ask Mr. Napolitano to weigh in a little bit, but historically about 50% of OIT procurement transactions are less than or equal to 25%. Lots of numbers there. 75% of OIT transactions are less than or equal to $75,000. And Ms. Romans or Mr. Heim can add anything that I might miss, but I want to ask Mr. Napolitano, who does appear to have full power, to weigh in on some examples from his agency and how this procurement change could help increase county efficiency. And then I'm going to ask Ms. Romans or our procurement officer, Mr. Heim, to add any additional thoughts.
Mr. Napolitano, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have full power because we didn't RFP our power source. We are actually, as a county, really inefficient in our buying process, and it's not a people thing, it's a process thing. Most federal and state agencies are moving away from the RFP process except for extreme circumstances, which are large bids, which makes sense. As Pete said, we have probably about 75% of our procurement activities would fall in under this threshold. RFP activities are built around waterfall activities. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it means go define what you want, then throw it over the transom, have somebody bid it to a number of people, and the whole process is very slow and cumbersome for software. It's failing, it doesn't work. People are moving to more agile development. And so moving the bulk of our procurement efforts down below a threshold would allow us to be more effective and more efficient in how we build systems, how we buy systems. And I don't think it would take away from any of the intended transparency issues. Christine and I have talked a number of times, and this just seems to be a wise move. You still have your large bids, your $60 million radio systems, and you need to go to procurement for those kind of things. But for the smaller bids, it's too much overhead, too inefficient, and too ineffective to be really, really helpful in the process of software development. And with that, if I can ask any questions or support, I'm happy to do so. There's one other scenario, and that is the process that we follow takes an extended amount of time. Technology, you may know, leapfrogs. So something you have today is only going to be viable for another 3 or 4 years. If you're spending 2.5 years in the process of doing the RFP, it's just really, really, really cumbersome and not helpful.
Madam Chairman, if I may interrupt for one moment, technical issue. We need to ask Mr. Heim, you are on the wrong side of your screen. You need to move to the other side of your screen. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barron, I believe you wanted Ms. Romans to also comment before we opened the floor. Ms. Romans, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Apologies for the lighting. I'd like to think it makes me look better, but I'm not sure. Again, Christine Roman, Central Services Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this bill. As Mr. Barron laid out, this is a efficiency measure. I do respectfully disagree with Mr. Napolitano's characterization of the RFP process. However, I do think that this kind of thing where we can reduce the amount of time to procure anything, but still do it while keeping the intent of a government competitive procurement process intact is always a good idea. We are very cognizant that we are helping to spend citizen tax dollars through the procurement process, so we don't want to do anything that would undermine the competitive nature and ensuring that we're getting the best possible pricing. But we do have to balance that against a process that is too slow and too inefficient and maybe doesn't get the full bang for the buck that we could when we're talking about some of these smaller procurements, and we're defining that as anything under 100,000 in this resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have questions. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to agree with Ms. Romans and respectfully disagree with Mr. Napolitano's characterization of the RFP process. But that being said, my first question anyways, a couple of years ago, I believe this question or a very similar question was on the ballot. And that was to raise this sort of, I'll call it a simplified acquisition threshold from or up to 75,000. And to my understanding, that ballot measure failed. Is that correct? Am I remembering accurately?
I believe that is Pete Barron for the administration. That is correct, although I was not here at the time.
Okay, thank you. I can ask my next questions afterwards. I'll yield to the next person.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Hare went exactly where I was going to go, which is this was ballot question C in the 2016 election. The last administration brought down this bill. It was resolution 816, not bill, but resolution, sailed through the council unanimously, went onto the ballot. The voters got it as question C to raise this threshold from 25 to 75,000, and they rejected it. It was the only ballot initiative that year that the voters struck down. It was a 48.5 to 51.5% margin. So it was a tight vote for sure, but that was the sort of line in the sand that the voters drew. The next election in 2018, the administration brought down and the council again approved, though not unanimously. I believe it was a 6-1 vote, but Mr. Pruski could correct me because he was there. I wasn't on the council at that time, but he voted for it as well both times. That would have changed it to $50,000. That was put on the ballot to the voters, and the voters accepted that increase. My question to the administration with this particular resolution is, what has changed between now and 2016 that makes you believe that Anne Arundel County voters think this is the right threshold, in light of the fact that we do have some history with this, and we have heard from the voters on this, and we saw what the vote was the last time?
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good question, Councilman Volke. I think in the intervening years, there was a second bite at this issue that did pass the voters, and I can't recall the percentage.
Went from 25,000 to 50,000, right?
No, I recall the amount, excuse me, the percentage where the voters went. I think if memory serves, it was in the high 50s or low 60s. So I think the case needs to be made to the voters about why this is good for county taxpayers, why this is efficiency, and why this does not open up the county to additional risk of waste. And so I think the argument here is, yeah, maybe in 2016 the county wasn't ready for it, but the county did look at this issue in 2018, and the voters did approve. So I think there's an argument here that we are just shy of what those sweet spots should be. And when the administration was looking at what we wanted to bring forward for the voters in the 2020 election, just made the cut. So again, it's up to the council to set the actual amount if the voters approve this. So we do have, and this council does have, the opportunity to turn that dial more precisely. So it doesn't, we could look at what the right number is. We could lean on Mr. Heim and ask him for the right number based on the data, and the council could adjust that dial the right amount. So again, the administration thought that this was maybe incomplete work from the 2018 election, might be the right way to phrase it.
Mr. Volke. You're muted.
Brief follow-up, thank you. So Mr. Barron, I was there during both of these elections, and I remember both of them. And I know that the case was made by the then administration about what a savings this was going to be. And I know that that was pitched to the voters. So this isn't necessarily
Mr. Volke, your audio kind of got garbled again halfway through.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you. I was just going to say I was involved with those campaigns, so I personally know that pitch was made to the voters. I'm just concerned about putting this on the ballot again, if anybody can hear me.
We got that last part.
Okay.
That's all I got.
You really need to invest in that Ethernet cable.
I'm hooked up to Ethernet. I'm in the office hooked up to Ethernet.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question relates to this so-called efficiency. I'm sort of hearing from you all tonight that this is going to create efficiencies, but our blue letter says that the Office of Central Services does not anticipate any fiscal impact from this legislation. And I couple that with the concern I have that sort of your greatest opportunity for fraud, waste, and abuse is in those contracts where there is less transparency and there's not full competitive bidding. In fact, usually your full competitive bidding is where the county or the state or the feds are going to get their best dollar. So if someone could reconcile those conflicts for me, I would appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very important question, Councilwoman Hare. And what I would say is first, the voters will get to also speak on a ballot question expanding the auditor's powers that we worked on and passed in this council. But I'm also going to ask Mr. Napolitano, who raised his hand, who has some expertise in this, to weigh in.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the opportunity to weigh in, and I really want to appeal to you. I could give you several examples, and I'd like to, but just to address the issue on the last time this was the only bill that the Capitol did not support. And so while we didn't take time to help people become aware of the benefit of this, it was just voted on by the transparency issue. And so a lot of the efficiencies and the gains were never brought to the table. And so that's, I believe, one of the inputs of why it failed last time. I can give you examples. When I first got here, we had to go buy a piece of software. The software had to run on I don't know if you guys hear the lightning in the background. The software had to run on a Microsoft platform. When we bought the new piece of software, the Microsoft OS had to be upgraded. And I know this is a lot of detail. The OS cost more than $25,000. So we had to go do an RFP to buy a piece of software that was only sold by Microsoft. And so what happens is you start to get into a purchase cycle of IT buys that are not like buying sheds, not like buying sidewalks. It's different. And so you end up taking, and I can give you I've got some numbers on some platforms, the number of times that we've done an RFP and how long it takes. Now, I don't want to get into the numbers because I don't want to tear anybody down. It's not a people thing. It's a process thing. We can end up taking 24 months just to do the procurement. That's not to write the spec. That's not to buy it after it's done, just the procurement process. And we have probably 5 or 7 of these. Now they're larger, taking 24 months to buy something when in some cases only sold by one group. And so it's really, it's just inefficient and ineffective, and it's not serving the county in any way. We have processes where we spend time and just hours of labor of different departments trying to get things pushed through, all wasted labor. Just doesn't need to be done. I'm telling you, it's very ineffective, it's very inefficient, and it's not bringing any value. I do agree there is a time for RFPs because you don't want to, let anybody miss out, but the code was just written so long ago, it does not apply, especially to IT buys. It's just a waste of time. If I could calculate the number of hours we spent trying to buy things, I can't tell you how wasteful it really is. So, for what it's worth.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my support for this measure because I'm comfortable leaving this question to the voters. But I also, and ultimately the council gets to decide what level we feel comfortable putting it at. So it allows the voters to set the upper threshold, and then we can choose if we're not comfortable with that upper threshold. This may be a question for the Office of Law. If we wanted to put other, I don't know, sort of, I think Mr. Napolitano's example is really valuable in that, you may have certain contracts where you really only have one possible vendor who could meet the needs of that contract. I mean, I think Microsoft Office is probably, perfect. And like you said, that's probably maybe a common thing in the IT world. Would the council be allowed to create other exceptions to the RFP process for, situations where, for example, you would only be allowed, or there would only be one realistically possible vendor to meet the needs of a particular contract? Is that something we could do?
Lori Blair, Class-Meyer Deputy County Attorney, and I spent many years of my county career working with the purchasing office. Yes, and we do have already some laws on the books that if it is something called a sole source, that there is a sole source procurement and there are certain requirements, and I'm sure Mr. Heim can give you much more detail on this, but we have sole source, we have professional, we have set up through they're in the law, there is now provision dealing with technology purchases with the recognition, as Mr. Napolitano has said, that they're different. The county purchasing law was not written at a time when we were buying things, we weren't buying technology, intellectual property, that sort of thing. So there is a pre-certification process that's been set up for technology purchases. It's something similar to what we have for certain capital purchases or public works projects. So the bottom line answer is yes. Article 8, where the procurement is set forth, can be modified and modernized in ways to better match what we actually purchase and the types of purchasing methods within the parameters and principles of government procurement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So,
Mr. Barron.
Sorry, just one quick point, and sorry if I'm beating a dead horse here, but this question will go to the voters, and then it's up to the council to decide later what the right amount would be. So, just want to hit that one more time. And it looks like Ms. Robin's got her lights.
Mr. Napolitano, you had your hand raised.
I think that I will put my hand back down. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 18-20 at this time? Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received by members of the public?
No, Madam Chair, we did not have any testimony received on Resolution 1920.
Thank you. The public hearing on Resolution 18-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution number 18-20.
Resolution number 18-20. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County permitting the County Council to increase the minimum value of purchases and contracts requiring full competitive bidding for an amount not less than $25,000 and not greater than $50,000 to an amount not less than $25,000 and not greater than $100,000.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Do we have an estimate of how much money this will save, either in time?
I believe your question, Mr. Volkey, if I could repeat, do we have an estimate of how much money this will save in either time or something?
I said person power, yeah.
Person power, okay. Mr. Barron.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna defer to the experts in central services to try to put an answer together for that.
Sure. Again, this is Christine Roman's Office of Central Services. We don't have a specific number, I'll say that, partly because we have only 9 buyers and we've been over the last 2 years staffed anywhere from 50 to 75%. So we pretty much are always behind the 8 ball in terms of getting the work done. If we are successful with this resolution and the voters agree, what this represents is about, on average, 15 to 20, maybe 25 pieces of work each year that won't require full formal bidding, which is a longer, more intensive process. Instead, agency staff will be able to get the quotes that will be needed. They will reach out to local vendors, they'll reach out to minority vendors, they'll reach out to national vendors. They'll reach out to internet purveyors, whatever it might be, to put together the 3 quotes that would be required for that kind of procurement. That supplement the Office to Central Services staff, and those are hours that can't necessarily be captured or quantified. With that allows the buyers that are working for Central Services to really focus on those higher dollar value activities that really require more time, make sure the scope of work is written the best way possible to get the best possible product or service, make sure that the risk to the county is mitigated, and to ultimately negotiate the contract. So I'm sorry, I don't have a specific dollar value savings. I just know that it will allow us to do more and hopefully do more faster.
Thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in advance of the vote, I just wanted to give a quick explanation of my vote. I am not going to support this resolution, given the past history with it already being before the voters and the voters rejecting the 75,000 and accepting the 50. I think that sweet spot that Mr. Barron referred to is likely not higher than 75,000. Maybe it's somewhere in the 55,000 or $60,000 range. When you couple that with the fact that it seems like, and it may be Councilman Volke who uses this phrase a lot, but we're taking a machete when a scalpel will do. Councilwoman Rodvian's idea of looking to the code to really carve out potential narrow exceptions that suit information technology in a way that really isn't appropriate for the rest of our procurement seems like a much more efficient and much better way to go about this. I don't know that we need to look at sort of raising this entire threshold and bringing in the potential for the waste and abuse that might come with it when we could use the code to carve out those exceptions when it makes sense for a Microsoft Office, so to speak. So with that, I appreciate the intent of this, but I'm going to be voting no on this.
This is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. I just have a question. The resolution is about setting the upper limit, which would go to the voters. And then if that passed the voters, the council can come in and create policy within the code that lowers that threshold for certain kinds of procurement. It isn't just an automatic threshold for all kinds of procurement. Am I understanding this right? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, yes, I believe this, we attempted to find a scalpel.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what we're voting on tonight. Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions regarding Resolution 18-20? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 18-20.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Resolution 1820 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, I think it was 5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative.
Oh, my apologies. I cannot count tonight.
It's the thunderstorms. We're going to go with that.
Yes, it is 5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Resolution 1820 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 19-20.
Resolution 1920, resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County to modify the probationary period for public safety employees and to provide that a probationary period does not run while an employee is on certain paid or unpaid leave.
Thank you. This is an administration charter amendment resolution. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Pete Barron, I'm going to ask Ms. Dickerson, Chief Altamari, Lori Blair Klausmeyer, and Chief Wolford to join me at the virtual table. Hopefully everybody is still around and with power. So this is, I apologize. I also have, if there are questions, Deputy Chief Lowry and Major Simpson from Police, Ms. Harold from Personnel, and Mr. Martin from Detention, as well as Chief Lane from Fire, if we have additional questions, but there's only so much space in the Brady Bunch. This is the third of 4 proposed charter amendments submitted by the admin that we're discussing tonight. As I mentioned, we surveyed all our departments and asked for areas where our charter impeded efficiency or areas that our departments wanted to see changed. There will be an amendment offered, which I'll discuss at the appropriate time to clarify and clean up some of this language in the proposed resolution. So 1920, if approved by the voters, will extend the probationary period for entry-level public safety employees to 12 months plus their time in the entry-level training program. It also makes clear that the probationary period is paused if an employee is on leave for more than 80 consecutive hours. Currently, the charter allows for 2 consecutive 6-month probationary periods for all employees in the classified service. Therefore, our public safety employees have the same probationary duration as, say, a planning and zoning inspector. And that's not to diminish the work of a zoning inspector, but there's a certain level of public trust that we place in our police, fire, sheriff, and detention officers that requires a longer evaluation period. The proposed amendment and the amendment which will follow, which cleans up the language a little bit, will make sure that our public safety officers can receive that additional training and oversight. The way this will work for an entry-level officer is they will complete the required academy, and then the clock will start ticking on the 12-month period. So for example, currently a police officer graduates the academy in about 9 months. Then the chief has 3 months to make that determination as to whether to move them to a non-probationary status or end their relationship with the county. That is simply not enough time, and particularly Chief Altamari and Chief Wolford maybe can speak on this, but we ask that the council pass the clarifying amendment and that we pass this resolution. So I turn it over to the chief, who was kind enough to take time from his vacation to join us.
As evidenced by the beard that I normally don't get to grow, I'm probably the grand old man of public safety leadership in Anne Arundel County, so I'll go first. So I really am the person who asked for this change. I asked for it 6 years ago, 4 years ago, and as Pete alluded to, I simply come up against an artificial window way too often where I have to decide whether to retain or let go a young employee, young in tenure, and people have different speeds of learning. They have different time frames they need. They have different needs for support. So when you look at the length of our academy, we are somewhere in the area of 300 above state minimums. That's as it should be. That's why Anne Arundel County Police don't have the problems in large part that we see other places. Given the national conversation in the past couple months, we have already slated an additional 2 weeks surrounding everything that people are demanding that we be even better at, although we already did more training in those things and did it better than most people. In fact, 99% of agencies around the country. So now we're going to be up to 9 months. 3 months is simply not enough time to give one of these young officers as time to learn. And I made the choice early on to retain an employee, and it ended up being a bad decision. So I've erred on the side of not retaining And that is also a bad decision for the employee many times. That, in a nutshell, is why I asked for this. Add the last 2 months of national conversation into the picture, which I think we'd be blind not to do. There's no way on earth we shouldn't have more time to decide whether somebody's suitable to have the badge and pat of an Anne Arundel County police officer on than 3 months after the training academy. I hope I was brief enough, Pete.
Mr. Barron, did you have others in your virtual table that you wanted to?
I would be remiss if I didn't ask Chief Wolford if she had anything to add.
Good evening, Tricia Wolford, Fire Chief for Anne Arundel County. I will just add that I support Chief Altamare in the decision to add that probationary period. We have also been stressed with bringing in new employees, investing a great amount of money at the county level to see these employees grow and become firefighters and EMTs and paramedics to get to the point that we need a little bit more from some of them. And I've not had the opportunity to give them an additional performance plan or allow them to just kind of grow. So having the addition of the time when they're under evaluation would be greatly helpful. We already invest a lot of money in them, and we desperately want to make them be able to succeed. So it's really just a great opportunity for the employee.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate hearing from Chief Wolford and from Chief Altamare. And I heard from Sheriff Fredericks earlier, and he's in support of this too. But I think Mr. Martin's here, so I'd be interested just to give him a chance too, because he's the other leg of the public safety table. Because it sounds like there's 4 legs. So is he here?
He is in the virtual waiting room. Sorry, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. I'll ask Ms. Corby to bring him in. There we go.
Good evening, Mr. Martin. You have the floor. You're muted, sir. There you go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bill Martin. I'm the superintendent for the Department of Detention Facilities. And my testimony here this evening is in favor of these amendments to Resolution 19-20. My public safety colleagues are much more impacted by what's going on because of the length of their academy. My academy is 2 months in length. So what this would allow for me is a full 12-month probation period instead of carving out 2 months for the academics of it. It would give us another 2 months, a full 12 months to measure performance and do proper evaluation and honing the skills that they've been taught in the academy. So yes, I'm very much so in favor of this.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from my colleagues regarding Resolution 19-20? Seeing none, we'll now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received by members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we had one piece of submission which was shared with the council and posted online.
Thank you. The public hearing on resolution number 19-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 19-20.
Resolution number 1920, resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County to modify the probationary period for public safety employees and to provide that a probationary period does not run while an employee is on certain paid or unpaid leave.
Thank you. There is an amendment. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1 after it is posted.
Amendment number 1. This amendment changes the probationary period for entry-level employees of the Fire Department, Police Department, Department of Detention Facilities, and Office of the Sheriff to the time required to complete the department's entry-level training program plus 12 months.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Volkey, so moved.
Is there a second?
Hair, second.
Is there any discussion around this amendment? Mr. Barron, this is the administration's amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment was done after some conversations with some of our, the representatives of some of our public safety employees and looking at the language as drafted. There was a possibility that it could be interpreted to extend to 18 months of probationary period if you read it in a certain way. So Office of Law worked and we created an amendment that I think makes the resolution a lot clearer. It breaks public safety out separate from classified employees, just to make it clear that public safety is a separate special category. So the status quo remains for that zoning inspector I referenced, and the specific changes are only applicable to the 4 public safety agencies.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Excuse me.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 is adopted.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realized that we put this amendment in and we heard from management. I reached out to 2 of the bargaining units, but I did not get to talk to another 2. I'm going to ask if the council will consider the other bill to hold the remaining piece to ensure that this language is okay with them. Again, I respect management, will likely support this bill, but I think that if I could talk with the other 2, and I don't think any of them are here, I'd ask for that request because I do have some legal questions about what we define as probationary. Again, that's the motion to hold this resolution 1920 to July 20.
Thank you. We have a motion to hold the vote. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe since we have actually amended the resolution, it will need to have another public hearing.
Okay. What do you mean by that? We can vote until 12:20 or we can't? You mean because we have amended it, it's coming back anyways. We can amend this resolution tonight and pass it tonight.
Yeah, with a resolution, we can amend it tonight and pass it tonight.
Correct. But there's a motion to hold the vote until July 20th for a little more conversation with folks. I don't want to speak for Mr. Pruski, but
I will have to check into it. Usually we do not hold something for vote after it's been amended. As this is a resolution, it might be a little different, and I will check into that. I think in essence, it just means if we are continuing with vote at the next meeting, or if we're doing public hearing on the amended resolution and vote. That's the open question for me at the moment.
Oh.
So I'm not saying it can't come back.
Okay. So are we having a discussion then about amending the motion that was made to bring back a public hearing and hold a vote on July 20th? Is that the concern?
I would say you could just make the motion to hold the bill.
Okay.
To hold the resolution, rather.
Hold the resolution. Okay. And Ms. Rodvian was about to second that motion.
Which I will go ahead and do. Rodvian second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to hold the resolution until July 20th.
May I interrupt for just a moment before we do that? Because I want to when we make the motion this way, then it will be decided between now and the next time we appear, the next meeting, as to whether or not we're holding another public hearing on the amended resolution or whether we are voting only. So you're voting on this without knowing the answer to this at this time.
Yes.
So I believe I just asked the question about amending the motion before it was seconded. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think it's okay to vote on it. I don't think you need to amend the motion because we don't know what the answer is at this time. So I think my only point in saying that is that it won't be determined until next time what exactly you have done. But you have held the vote, or you've held the resolution over till the next time. I think that's fine. I don't think you need to amend it.
Well, okay. If the motion gets 4 votes, we have secured that. Please call the roll on the motion.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to hold resolution 1922 July 20 is passed.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 20-20.
Resolution number 2020, resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County to expand the initial term of an acting chief administrative office or acting head of any office or department to 120 days and to allow the county council to extend that term by up to 2 additional 6-month periods.
This is an administration amendment, resolution as well. Mr. Barron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the virtual table will be Ms. Dickerson and Ms. Harold from Personnel and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer from Office of Law. So this is the final of the 4 proposed charter amendments submitted by the administration. Like I mentioned a few months ago, we surveyed every department asking to identify places where our charter impeded efficiency. 20-20 will address an issue that every administration has had to grapple with, especially in the beginning and the end of terms. The current law for acting directors leads to unnecessary, I'll call them musical chairs, and inefficiency of occasionally having to kind of move people around as acting directors while a permanent director is recruited and found. If accepted by the voters, this will help with continuity and flexibility as people transition in and out of director roles across transitioning administrations. So to be clear, the council will still have a say in the approval of acting directors. Just now, the initial term prior to council approval will be extended to 120 days, and that period will not be subtracted from the first approval period. Current law is 60 days and then can be extended for 4 months and then for another bite of 6 months. An example I can point to, although I believe she's off making s'mores right now, is Ms. Lays when she was the acting budget director. The administration came in, this administration came in, the previous budget director transitioned out of the role pretty quickly. And we placed Ms. Lays in as acting budget director. we had to, she served about a year and change. For that change part of the, into the second year, we had to have another budget officer step up to the role as acting budget officer, and Ms. Lays had to step down for 1 month before Mr. Beecham became our permanent budget head. So to be clear, the council will still speak on this just at 120 days for 6 months, and then if needed, another 6 months. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. I'm sure folks who have been around this county in previous administrations can point to other examples. I just gave you the one this administration saw at the front end of our term. It also has happened towards the end where a person who might be in a merit position now doesn't want to go to an exempt position at the end of a term when a county executive administration may transition. So with that, happy to answer any questions. I have our two personnel experts with me here at the table. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments from my colleagues regarding Resolution 20-20? Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from the public regarding Resolution 20-20?
No, Madam Chair, we have not received any submissions on Resolution 20.
Okay. The public hearing on Resolution 20-20 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 20-.
Resolution 20-2020, resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County to expand the initial term of an acting chief administrative officer or acting head of any office or department to 120 days and to allow the county council to extend that term by up to 2 additional 6-month periods.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 20-20.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution 2020 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 22-20.
Resolution number 2220, resolution proposing an amendment to the Charter of Anne Arundel County to require the Anne Arundel County Human Relations Commission.
This is Mr. Pruski's resolution. Mr. Pruski, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. This was probably the most simple piece of legislation that I ever helped write. It's absolutely clear. And many of you know the incidents that have changed in our society currently in current environment. I think it's about time that we make the Anne Arundel County Human Relations Commission a part of our institution. County executives come and go, but I think this would be a statement to the council and also to the population, which I think they're going to support overwhelmingly, to have this group a part of our government. And I say that because again, I've seen commissions come and go and have that, and this gives an opportunity for the voters to take a stance. And I think that given the current climate and wanting to build relationships and obviously give our county the commission to improve human relations in the county, this is something that I ask my colleagues to support, and I'll leave it at that. Again, very simple, straightforward, and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pruski. Would the administration like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to. Pete Barron for the administration. Joining me at the table is Ms. Schultz, our boards and commissions coordinator, and from Office of Law, Lori Blair Klausmeyer. The administration supports this charter amendment. I'll echo all the reasons Councilman Pruski stated about the importance of the Human Relations Commission. As this council will recall, when our administration came into office, the Human Relations Commission had existed by executive order at that point for well over a decade. And one of the first things that we did in partnership with Councilwoman Lacey was pass 5719, which established the Human Relations Commission within our county code. By passing this charter amendment tonight, you will give the opportunity, or you will give the voters the opportunity to take this next step and enshrine the HRC in our county charter. Now more than ever, we need to ensure that we strive to make our county the best place for all. So I'll just say that we ask you to support resolution 2220. And if there's, as Councilman Pruski stated, this is a pretty simple question to the voters. The council would still retain the authority to structure by code the scope of the HRC, but this will embed it within the county's charter. So with that, I'll turn it over to any of my colleagues at the table if you have anything to add, Ms. Schultz or Ms. Blair Krausmeyer, but we ask that you support this and happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So I had an opportunity to review the video Zoom meeting of the Human Relations Commission on the 18th of June of this year. And the county executive and Mr. Barron both participated in that meeting and made comments about this particular resolution. And there were a few things in there that really struck me as bothersome. At the 30-minute and 50-second mark, there were some statements where Mr. Barron was talking about Councilman Pruski having been the only one on the council who's a veteran and who had, quote, a little bit of institutional knowledge of what it's like, particularly on a council that is, I don't think I'm being hyperbolic here, hostile to some of the issues that we are working on. If anyone can think back to the years 2014 and 2018 and who was on that council and what that majority was pushing for, I think you would agree with me. I'm bothered by that comment because I think it suggests that basically prior councils were hostile to human rights and hostile to our discrimination. I just don't think that's a fair characterization. Going on further in that same meeting, there were some questions about how this particular charter resolution, if it goes on the ballot, how they avoid this becoming a political football in the culture wars of Anne Arundel County. And Mr. Barron basically said at the minute 38 and 8-second mark that the quote, haters that came out in opposition to the Human Relations Commission bill last year were quote, small, and I'll just say it, weak. The county executive then chimed in to say that the folks who were opposed to this were coming out on housing issues. Quote, it was the landlords and the grassos of the world. That this is broad enough sounding that I'd be surprised if anyone really talked much about it. I don't think it's something that anyone would really campaign for. It wouldn't be in the public sphere a whole lot, end quote, from the county executive. And then there was additional discussion from Mr. Barron talking about this is the kind of issue that we have to force. And if people have an issue with people talking about discrimination, that's a debate that we want to have in the public space. So I'll be candid, this idea, which was noted in that meeting to say that this bill would be couched as a good government initiative, that's the way that we would get this through. I'm just deeply bothered by the entire discussion around this bill. I think that meeting and sort of the things that were laid bare illustrate that this is not a simple resolution. This is not a very simple sort of change. This is a much larger political football, if you will. And I'm disappointed to hear that sort of the raw politics and raw characterization of this was laid so bare in a public meeting. So I'm very disappointed by that, and it sort of clouds my whole vision of this resolution, which I agree on its face appears to be a very simple and easy resolution. But I'm just bothered by the dialogue and what I've heard. And again, anyone who wants to watch it, that's a public meeting on the 18th of June of the Human Relations Commission, and you can look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Bruski. Oh, Mr. Barron, excuse me.
I was aware that the meeting was a public meeting, Mr. Volke. I think you're taking some of my comments a little out of context, but I stand by what I said. This is a issue that we need to confront, not only as a county, but as a nation, about how we are treating one another. So I'm comfortable with the comments I made, and I apologize to you if you felt that that was being political, but I felt it was being honest.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Andrew Pruski. Since my name was mentioned, I certainly want to say, first of all, this bill is not being introduced by the administration, it's being introduced by me. Secondly, this is a simple question to the voters. Do you want to require the Anne Arundel County Human Relations Commission? I think it was stated earlier, the merits of what that commission does and what occurs, and if folks have issues with that, obviously that's what we decide. But ultimately, I think given where our country is right now and things the way they're going, and I'm not going to get into what that constitutes, but human relations in Anne Arundel County is something that I think is important to all of us. And if it's a committee that you do not want as a standing committee, go out and support, the efforts to oppose it. I certainly have reached out to a lot of people and I asked them about this, both Republican, Democrats, and Independents, and they thought it was a great idea. It's better to have conversations to obviously try and solve problems than break them up. But I'm not going to go back to another meeting when somebody said this is my bill. I'm introducing it. If people want to support it or not support it, I'll leave it at that. But I don't see this. I'm not making it a political football. I'm making it a simple legal question. Do the voters want to support it or not? And if you oppose it, I respect that. But nothing came out of my mouth along those lines. So I hope that you weren't inferring that I stated something. I believe in this. I think it should be something that should be voted on. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Councilman Pruski, I just want to be clear. I don't think I ever mentioned your name in there because as far as I'm aware, you weren't at that meeting. I never saw you. So I'm not trying to ascribe any of that to you. As I said, it was the county executive and he was in that meeting and made some comments and I was mentioning some things Mr. Barron had said. So I'm not sure anything was said about you, but I appreciate the remarks. I am curious about this, sort of asking either the administration or the sponsor. So as you noted, this was previously in existence only by way of executive order. The council then codified this. This has now been codified into county code. To undo it would require an affirmative vote of 4 members of the council. What is the sort of benefit of putting this in the charter from the standpoint of the administration or the sponsor, other than a concern that down the road, if the council flips and there are now a Republican majority of council members, that they're somehow going to get rid of the Human Relations Commission? Is that the concern? Is that what we're worried about? Because that, to me, would be the only way that we would be worried about this and requiring it in the charter.
Mr. Pruski.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on behalf of the sponsor. I believe Ms. Schultz had her hand up too, and the administration could speak. The reason why I'm putting this in, because I've been out and talking to people that have different points of view. And they certainly think that as a government, we need to step up and deal with human relations in our county. There's a lot of people debating a lot of issues that we have. People are protesting over whether we reopen, we do this, and human relations cover all those things. So to me, enshrining it and putting it in front of the voters, which I think, again, I believe that they're going to have a say, gives them that opportunity. I never raised the fear of certain administration or other things like that. And to be candid with you, if you have opposition to it, it gives you an opportunity to put in front of voters. I mean, we put in these charter amendments to allow the voters to have a say, and ultimately, that's what's important. Same reason why they put us here. But personally, I think given the divisions that we have right now, this is a signal of government of a commission that can make sense and do great things and be enshrined in the charter. And future councils, well, if I'm here, I'm not here, it's not about me, but can change whatever that may be. But I believe that at this time, given our country, and where we're at in our county, I think this is a good way to move forward, in my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz, did you have something to add to the conversation?
Just going to give a little history of it. It was first established in the year 1967. Of course, this would now take, if it goes in the charter, it'll take 5 votes to then, pull it out of there. You can still change its powers and stuff like that in the code. But yeah, I agree with everything that Councilman Pruski said.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess where I'm still struggling is I hear my colleague continuing to say where we are as a nation right now, we need this commission. But the key thing that I think we're not acknowledging is that we already have this commission. This commission already exists in county code. It's already meeting. There are already commissioners. They already have defined statutory authority. It's not as though we're adding something that doesn't already exist to meet the exigency of this moment. We've already done that. Last year, this council passed that bill. So I guess my question stands that what is it that now makes it necessary that we put this in the charter? What is the concern that we're addressing here that we need to change? Because again, we have already got a human relations commission. It's already codified and in county code. You can't have a new county executive come in and say, forget that executive order, they're gone. You would require an affirmative majority, 4 votes of a county council, to undo the fact that we have currently a human relations commission. So I think I'm still struggling with that, and that's what I don't feel like I'm getting any kind of an answer to. The only answer I'm left with is a concern that a future council is going to undo this, and no one wants to say that, but that seems to be the only logical inference from requiring this to go into the charter.
Ms. Lacey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah Lacey, District 1. I support this, knowing, of course, the history and what we went through last year, but I think there's a separate goal that actually improving our charter by elevating what we recognize in the charter to be important bodies, sub-organizations within our government that have specific duties to ensure the equitable treatment of people, to ensure that rights are upheld, that there is a informal process other than the courts for resolving certain disputes, and the ability to measure the egalitarian efforts that hopefully the future councils will undertake against the actual citizen members of the Human Relations Commission, that will make actual progress by amending our charter, assuming that the voters want to, in the same way that is absolutely historically parallel to amendments that were made to the US Constitution that could have been argued that they weren't necessary, but come to find out, what we haven't done in the time since they were added is actually vote to remove them from that document. The arc of history is that we keep having to add and explain and further create layers of protections. And it doesn't solve all problems. It doesn't solve the fundamental problems in human hearts to which we're all susceptible. But our job is to strive and to aim for a better government. And to me, that ideal is expressed in this charter resolution. And to get 5 of us to agree to at least let the voters decide, to me, is part of our ultimate responsibility. So I hope you will vote for this resolution.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to address what was brought up. Obviously, I try to avoid crowds now because we're told to do so and other things in the pandemic, but I've talked to people across this county. And I use the word nation, but I think it's a national problem, but it's happened right here in our county where we have people divided. And when we refer to the word human relations, we're talking about how we treat each other, how we talk to each other, how we deal with disagreements. And to me, this commission, whether you like its sources or not, in allowing the voters to describe whether they want to institute it in a charter, I think is a legitimate question. If some people have a threshold, they want to oppose it, that's fine. Same with the rental bill, whatever it is. I don't think I need to argue why it's required, why it's not required. It's something I think that is important. I've seen the work that they're doing, but I also think too that this is an opportunity for the voters to say, yes, we agree this is something that's important to Anne Arundel County. If you disagree and don't want it on the ballot, fine. But I'm having a hard time understanding the threshold, to whether it should be a vote or not a vote in terms of this time. But in talking to a lot of people, they think it's actually important. Now, people may disagree, but I'm not really sure what else to say. I'm lost for words. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understood Bill 5719 that codified the Human Relations Commission, it was my understanding that they were investigating housing discrimination in sales and rental of real property. Did I miss something on that bill? Because as I understood it, that was the purpose of the Human Relations Commission, and that was the authority that was granted to them by this council, as well as if there were found to be violations, they had subpoena power to investigate, and they also had an ability to fine for violations of that housing discrimination, because it tied in, as I recall, to Bill 5519, which was the Fair Housing Bill as well. I thought that was sort of part and parcel of how this worked. So when I'm hearing things about the historic nature of enshrining the Human Relations Commission in the county code and how it's akin to things like the 13th Amendment or other amendments to the Constitution, I guess I'm just struggling to see the parallels there. And I think that the question I would have is, again, the initial question that I've been posing, which is, what is the concern, considering that this body is already codified and is already meeting? What is the need to put this into the charter? And it sounds like from one of my colleagues that the comments are because of the symbolic nature of it, which gets exactly to the concerns that I had when I noted Mr. Barron's conversation when one of the members of the commission asked him, how do we avoid this becoming a political football and engaging in these sort of culture wars? And it was noted, this is exactly the conversation we want to be having. So the concern I have is that we are doing this for the sole purpose of creating a political issue to use down the road. So that's what I'm seeing with this. And I've yet to hear how it is that not putting this in the charter somehow endangers the continued viability or the continued mission of the Human Relations Commission.
Ms. Lacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to respond to my colleague's comments. The actual resolution, Mr. Brusky's resolution, states that the commission shall perform the duties and functions set forth in the county code. And while Bill 5719 related primarily to fair housing, there are other subjects which the Human Relations Commission has historically had the responsibility to cover. I don't know the precise details. I just know the scope of their work was broader than simply housing at other points in time. I think what I'd like to know is, are you saying you would support this resolution if the language proposed for Section 611 were limited to housing related duties, or are you saying you won't support it either way?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Volkey.
What I'm saying is I don't understand why it needs to be enshrined in the charter, considering that it's already enshrined in county code. And this council can continue to change or expand or limit or do whatever needs to be done in terms of the authority of the Human Relations Commission by way of code. So what I'm trying to get at is the question of why it affirmatively needs to be placed in the charter. And I don't think anyone's answered that. I think the only concern that I've been able to identify as to why this would potentially need to be in the charter is some fear that down the road, if the council changes and there is a Republican majority that, as Mr. Barron noted back in 2014 and 2018, that were extremely hostile to these issues, didn't say what these issues were, but these issues, that basically they're going to take this away and that there's no longer going to be a Human Relations Commission in the code. That seems to me to be the only logical explanation I can come up with for why this must be enshrined in the charter. So I'm just asking for someone to acknowledge that that's the reality, because otherwise I've yet to see a reason why, if this is already in the code, it now needs to be in the charter as well, other than for symbolic reasons.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Barron.
Just to be very clear, Mr. Volke, since you keep invoking something that I stated, I want to be clear. I never impugned any one political party. There are members of both parties that are strongly in favor of commissions like this. In fact, the previous county executive instituted this commission by executive order. The county executives before them did so, many of whom were Republicans, many of whom were Democrats. I am disappointed that this is becoming somehow a partisan conversation. To answer your question about whether or not this needs to be in the charter is not the question that I think we need to ask. The question is, should it be in the charter? And the administration comes down that it should be in the charter.
Ms. Lacey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah Lacey, District 1. I have to go back to the idea of the parallel to amendments to the federal Constitution, because when I made my original comment, I did not name any specific amendments. I just said that the Constitution has been amended many times and that the amendments had not been repealed. Now, of course, that was not totally correct with respect to prohibition. The one amendment that was put in to the Constitution, prohibition on alcohol, right? And then was later repealed. And the decision was left to the states and local jurisdictions on what they would do with alcohol. But the other parallel, I think, is very critical to make, since you're the one who suggested the 13th and the 14th Amendments were the ones most relevant to this conversation. I'm not saying that I disagree with that, but I think if you're trying to really understand why enshrining, as you say, the Human Relations Commission in our charter is not only a laudable goal, a societal goal, it is also an important protection. You don't look any further than the Second Amendment and the history with why was that put in the Bill of Rights and what have been the efforts to repeal the Second Amendment versus regulations later on. That's why it is actually this important. It's not partisan, but we don't need to play partisan games with it either.
So this is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. We have 3 commissions that are in the charter. And it's my understanding that by putting this before the voters, we'll be asking the voters if they would like the Human Relations Commission to join those 3 other commissions in the charter. It's as simple as that. The voters can decide in November whether they feel the mission of this commission elevates itself enough to be with our Spending Affordability Commission, our Board of Appeals, and our Pension Oversight Commission. It's as simple as that. I happen to agree. I think it should be put to the voters, and I look forward to voting affirmatively for this charter resolution this evening. Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to something that Mr. Barron had mentioned when he indicated that this wasn't political or he wasn't calling out a particular political party. Again, I'm quoting directly from what was said on that June 18th, 2020 Human Relations Commission meeting. And it was, quote, "If anyone can think back to the years 2014 and 2018 and who was on the council and what that majority was pushing for, I think you would agree with me. The majority at that time was a Republican majority. It was a Republican majority in this county from 2002 until 2018. So if you're referring to any council and the majority of that council, that's who you're talking about. So it is political, and it's become political, and it shouldn't have been political."
Ms. Rodbian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping we can, move to vote on this item soon, but I think there's a very wide range of views within any political party. And, we've seen them play out in primary elections. And I don't think just because you identify a particular political party that you are identifying a single monolithic view. I think there were, I would not argue with Mr. Barron's assertion that what year did you mention? 2014 in the quote that that there was a different viewpoint about the importance of human relations. And I would not in any way attribute some of those viewpoints to every Republican that I met. I realize that you're a diverse group of people and that you don't all hold the same view, and I don't think that we have to pay things strictly on party lines in that regard. And I hope after this we can just move to what's the correct motion here?
Call the question.
Move to call the question. Thank you.
Have we already had the public hearing on this, Madam Secretary?
No, we have not.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received by members of the public?
We had one submission of public testimony, which was shared with the council.
Thank you. The public hearing on resolution number 2220 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 22-20.
Resolution number 2220, resolution proposing an amendment to the charter of Anne Arundel County to require the Anne Arundel County Human Relations Commission.
Is there any further discussion at this time? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 22-20.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
An emphatic aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye. Also emphatic.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Resolution number 2220 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 26-20.
Resolution number 2620, resolution appointing 2 Anne Arundel County citizens to serve on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group.
Ms. Rodvian, you are the sponsor of this resolution. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just excited that we'll be sending 2 representatives from the council, in addition to several that have already been appointed by the governor from our county to serve on this commission. I'm pleased that my colleagues selected Mr. Kurt Riegel, who served on the initial iteration of this commission. I hope you have a chance to meet him. He's a remarkable person. It's amazing to think we would get his service for free. He's we'll just take a look at his resume. He's been a professor of many subjects, degrees, and has been serving our community in Annapolis for a long time. He's the chair of the Annapolis Transportation, I think Commission is I believe it's the Annapolis Transportation Commission, and he'll be a good liaison for our county and specifically Annapolis with respect to the Bay Bridge, the Bay Bridge project going forward. And I guess I would like to invite Ms. Hare if she would like to make comments on our second nominee.
Sure. I don't have any prepared remarks. Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think many people know Hamilton Cheney. He's got an engineering background and a very good mind for this. He's very excited to participate. One of the proposed spans that was sort of narrowed down comes through District 7. So I was very motivated to put forth some District 7 residents as a potential. I am thankful to everyone who agreed that he would be a good fit for this, and I am looking forward to see the work that comes out of the group.
Is there any other discussion regarding Resolution 26-20? Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment prior to taking the vote. I have followed this legislation as it moved through our state legislatures, and obviously being in District 5 where the current Bay Bridge is located, and I would say being one of the most impacted districts of Bay Bridge traffic, I did bring it to the attention of county officials so that we could get the ball rolling and start moving this resolution forward. There was a internal date and time that passed, and we had gotten down to 2 candidates. And then in the 11th hour, everything changed. We hit the reset button. Because I don't think as a matter of procedure, we should get down to our 2 final candidates and then reopen the door again when certain members of the community have been notified that they are the final 2. I will not be supporting this resolution this evening.
Thank you. Any other further comments or discussion? I would just say, this is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. This was a confusing commission to make these appointments with moving parts from information from the state. And I am pleased to know that 4 Anne Arundel County residents, 2 from District 5, 1 from District 7, and 1 from District 6 will be representing the county on this commission for the next given years. So I'll be supporting this resolution. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 26-20.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Resolution number 26-20 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 27-20.
Resolution number 2720, resolution encouraging the Board of Education for Anne Arundel County to better support and fund the evolving mental health and transportation needs of all Anne Arundel County public school students.
Ms. Rodvian is the sponsor of this resolution. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason I brought this resolution and the resolution that follow comes from events that have taken place over the last, I guess, I don't know, where are we at? I guess maybe 3 or 4 weeks in terms of finalizing the budget from the council side and the Board of Education finalizing their budget. The council finalized our budget on June 12th, and a number of things that we included in the budget were 7 positions to address the transportation issues that have been identified in a recent audit that was released in January, as well as ongoing, concerns raised by citizens throughout the county over, I would say, at least the last decade. And so we voted as a council to include positions for the Board of Education's budget to hire personnel that would have the skills to use modern software, not just to display routes, but to actually maximize the efficiency of routes and ultimately save the county a good deal of money and save families, children and parents, significant headaches. On the 18th of June, the 18th, no, I apologize. I have the wrong date. It's the 17th. I'm sorry. After the week following, I won't try and state the date, but the week following, the Board of Education, one of the members of the board brought an amendment to remove the funding for those transportations and add funding for mental health positions. I thoroughly support the idea that Mental health is a very serious issue in our county and especially among our young people. I think when we look back at this period of online schooling and homeschooling in this very unique environment and situation where young people are separated from their friends, they've missed out on major milestones. We will indeed have some long-term impact in terms of the mental health of our young people. And honestly, in my day job as a teacher, I even before the pandemic hit, I think our young people are struggling with a lot of issues. So I really believe that the Board of Education is doing the right thing in trying to add as many mental health positions as possible to this budget. What this amendment does, however, is say we support the concept of adding mental health professionals to the Board of Education budget, but not at the expense of transportation professionals who are also needed. In my mind, you can probably talk to any parent or student and they can tell you a story, whether it's a personal story or one they know about, of buses that are overcrowded, of buses that didn't show up when they were supposed to, of buses that were very late, buses that were chronically late, where students were late to school every single day. And this really is a problem that's been going on for a long time that needs fixing. And it really does boil down to a safety issue when you're talking about buses so crowded that students have to stand in the aisle or sit in each other's laps, and not just on one occasion, but day after day after day. So the idea that we're put in this position where we have to address, or that we have to choose between the physical safety of our young people and the mental health of our young people is a choice that I don't think we should have to make. So I put forward this resolution asking, basically indicating, yes, I hope my colleagues will join me and say, yes, we recognize that there are very serious mental health needs that the Board of Education should be addressing going into this next fiscal year. But there are also serious transportation issues. And this resolution basically acknowledges that both are important. This particular resolution does not have teeth. The second resolution that we will be looking at in a moment is the formal resolution denying the Board of Education's request to defund the transportation positions. So this is basically a statement from the council acknowledging mental health is important too. We want you to find the funds from somewhere else because the safety of our children shouldn't have to be put at odds, made an either or choice with mental health. And so for that reason, I ask for my colleagues' support of this resolution.
Thank you. This is a council resolution. We do have, for this resolution and the upcoming resolution, we do have Mr. Alex Sheknovic from the school system is in the virtual waiting room. I believe Mr. Barron is having some technical difficulties, although this is fully a council matter. So are there any comments or questions for the sponsor or for Mr. Sheknovic at this time regarding resolution 27-20? Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Sheknovic. My understanding is that the governor has proposed some potential cuts in the future. Maybe 1 million in behavioral health. Is that a real potential that may come in the near future?
We need to make sure we get Mr. Sheknovic moved forward.
Yeah, I'm back for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
For the record, Alex Sheknovic, Chief Operating Officer. So yes, the governor's laid out a FY21 budget balancing measure to make up for lost revenues that have been experienced in the FY21 year. with respect to revenue declines attributable to COVID. As you may remember, the Board of Public Works took some emergency measures in June to close out their FY20 year in a balanced posture. The Board of Public Works met just last week in Annapolis and approved $413 million worth of cuts. There were no K-12 education-related cuts that were approved at that meeting just last week, but I think the council and all of us are aware that our partners at the community college did get cut $4.3 million of operating money and a yet to be determined amount of money from the capital budget. The Board of Public Works is scheduled to meet again in August. In August, and there's $205 million worth of cuts that are slated to be discussed at that time. Those cuts in terms of K-12 education have to do largely with PAYGO funding for capital and specifically security-related upgrades and healthy school environmental type upgrades. In all likelihood, knowing the math like we do, that's probably going to wind up being about $1 million haircut for Anne Arundel County Public Schools directly. At that time, the largest series of cuts that are slated by the governor, proposed by the governor to affect K-12 education is a $200 million cut that's been included in a draft BRFA bill, Budget Finance Reconciliation Act bill that's being put forward. And if that BRFA package is adopted as proposed by the governor, Anne Arundel County Schools in FY21, the year that we're sitting here just a week into, is slated to lose $17.99 million. So it will be an $18 million cut in operating money for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. About 15.6 of that, 15.6 million will be unrestricted operating funds, and about another 2.4 million will be restricted grant funds. And yes, mental health is also included in that, as well as early education and many other things that we believe are near and dear. Now, that's direct to us. There are other cuts to the State Department of Education, the State Department of Health, et cetera, and those are other agencies that support mental health as well.
Thank you. Amanda Fiedler, County Council District 5. Thank you. I just really wanted to understand the whole picture a year out financially of what we could potentially be looking at to understand the impacts of this resolution. So I appreciate it.
And if I can just add one more piece, and I'm sure the administration has probably briefed the council, at least to some extent. The presentation that was put forward by Secretary Brinkley on behalf of the governor depicted the state of Maryland attempting to close about a $2.2 billion funding gap in FY22. Their modest guesstimate, revenue estimate for FY22 next fiscal year is going to be about a 4.4 million hole. So if we're looking at losing, $18 million this year, we may be looking at maybe double that next fiscal year. So the revenue picture is likely going to get worse, not better. The state is going to get a revenue update in July. But again, the trend is decidedly in the negative direction. And I'm speaking to K-12 education, but the governor also proposed about $130 million direct cut to local county governments as well. So the county government itself will be bearing part of the brunt of the round of cuts proposed by the governor, Councilwoman Fiedler.
Thank you.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. Mr. Shekinovich, I just have two questions for clarification because I don't know about my other council members. I've got a lot of emails on this issue with people being divided on either side. And really, I just want to go through two things because obviously there's two structures there. As a former school board member, I certainly understand this. But number one, would you please describe the school board's vote? They did take a vote on deciding, the transportation versus mental health. If you would just summarize that. And then the second piece, if you could just kind of describe the 7 positions that are regarding transportation, because I had a lot of people email me and tell me that additional buses, additional drivers, and additional pay for drivers is what the transportation's about. And I tried to explain to them, no, this is positions. So I think that I want to be absolutely clear, number one, the vote that the board took, and then also what does this fund? Because there's clerical positions in this request as well. So can you make that clear so everyone knows what's going on? Again, I'm doing this for the benefit of the public. I kind of know the answer, but I wanted you to speak and address it so everyone knows what exactly we're discussing. Thank you.
Certainly. Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and I'll address each one of your questions in turn. The board voted 4-3 was the final vote, as I recall, 4-3 to essentially do the following: to remove 7 FTEs associated with transportation, and I will go into detail with those. So to remove 7 positions that were in the budget package adopted by the County Council, and replace those 7 positions with the following 7 positions. One school psychologist, 5 school counselors, and 1 school climate teacher specialist. So the 7 transportation related FTEs that were removed by that 4-3 vote were replaced again with 1 school psychologist, 5 school counselors, and 1 school climate teacher specialist. Now, the 7 positions that you referred to, Mr. Pruski, specifically, I'll catalog those for you as well in direct response to your question. The 7 are as follows: 2 lead bus drivers, 1 secretary, 1 operations manager, 3 support specialists with the title of routers, and 1 GIS, graphical information systems administrator, GIS administrator.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Mr. Sheknovich, I want to tell you that you need not worry about next year's budget or the revenue shortfall, because when we went through the last budget round, the budget office assured us that their calculations were more accurate than anyone else's, and that we would be just fine this year, and we would see a quick bounce back next year with plenty of revenue. So I think there's no need for the Board of Ed to worry, because the money is going to be there. At least that's what I've been told. With that said, turning to the specifics of this resolution, I want to ask you about the money that's been available to the Board of Ed over the last few years. I received some information from a former, well, I'm not going to say who, but somebody who has very good insight and knowledge into both the county's finances and into the school board's finances. And it appears to me that the fund balance that the school board has been holding over the last, it looks like 3 budgets or so, in FY19, it was about 16 or 17 million. In FY18, it was about 25 million. In FY17, it looks like it was about 15 million. I'm only going to go back 3 years, but that pattern persists. And if you look at how much general fund balance the board said they would have versus what they really ended up having, again, it's significant, and it runs that same trend where basically the board has tens of millions of dollars at the end of the year that's not spent. So I guess my question would be this to you with that information. As this has been explained to me, if the Board of Ed wanted to make it a priority to find this money, there is money there. And considering our maintenance of effort laws year over year requiring that we fund education at least the same level as the prior year, this $745,000 for mental health professionals or transportation professionals will be sort of baked into the MOE anyway, because it's going to go up next year, regardless of what the economy does, because as you know, that's not what the law says. The law doesn't say if the economy's bad, well, you don't have to fund it. The law says every year you get more money. So I think my question to you would be, how is it that the board has not been able to find other monies in all of that fund balance that they've got? You know, there are teachers that they don't hire, and so that's leftover money. There are positions that do not go filled, which is leftover money. So it seems to me the board's sitting on some money where this could happen, and this could be done, both of these things, and yet it doesn't seem to have been a priority of the board. So I know you're not the board, and I understand this is not on you that I'm putting it, but I'm asking you if you have any insight into that.
Again, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So let me sort of begin, I guess, by way of a little bit of background, and then we'll get to your question. The Board of Education's budget and the county's budget are alike in some ways and different in some ways. So, for example, you, the county, have the Revenue Stabilization Fund or your Rainy Day Fund, your Revenue Reserve Fund, however you want to call it. It goes by all three names, but that's the fund that has about 5% of your general fund. It's part and parcel with a amendment, I believe, that was put forward as part of the budgetary process this year. And that fund is about $81 million, about 5% of the county's general fund is what the cap is. I think they're about 4.7, 4.8, something like that right now. So that's a resource that the county has that the Board of Education doesn't have. That's the first piece. The second piece is using fund balance as a budgetary revenue source. Both the county and the Board of Ed do that each and every year. So if you harken back to a presentation that I believe Mr. Beecham provided to you, part of the budget balancing techniques that the county was utilizing at that time was to utilize about $37.5 million of fund balance as a revenue source to balance their FY21 budget. And that $37.5 million came from prior year fund balance. I believe they had a $27.5 million closing fund balance position, and then they added about $10 million additional to it from some enhanced unexpected revenues. So about $37.5 million. If you look at the board's budget, we do the same thing. And if you go not to the attachment that's to your resolution 2720, but to the next attachment, 2820, which came from the board president, you'll see that there's a $13 million fund balance line item. So the Board of Education each year realizes that there's going to be monies that are budgeted and yet unexpended. Throughout the course of the year, those monies for a variety of reasons. It could be for positions that are vacant, or a more senior position retiring and replaced by a more junior tenured position, et cetera. So I won't go to the laundry list of concepts, but there's about $13 million that our balanced budget relies on, that we close out the fiscal year to be able to move forward as a revenue source to the next year. Otherwise, we won't have a balanced budget, because your revenues have to meet expenditures, and we budget basically down to that last dollar. And then there's the third piece, and I think maybe the third piece are all the special revenue funds. So we have a health insurance fund just like you have. You have a lot of enterprise funds, proprietary funds, funds held in reserve for other users. We have all those, but those are off the table. You can't utilize those as a funding source. Basically, the last thing that you have is you've got your CAO contingency account that by your county charter is capped at about 3%. I know the county typically tries to keep that about $12 million, and that amount of funding is generally what the CAO uses as a shock absorber to be able to tackle any one-time expenditures that may come down the pike, be it oversized, snow or other environmental events, or more recently, some of the health effects. The Board of Education doesn't have that size of unobligated, unassigned fund balance. Our unobligated, unassigned fund balance for the last couple of years, and I'll give you the numbers, is so the year, our CAFR, which is the end of year financial statement, just like you, the county, have, that's a end of statement position financially on June 30th of every year. It's published about September. Ours was $2.3 million, $2.33 million. As of June 30th, 2019, it was $2.6 million the year before. It was $3.2 million the year before. So $2.33 million, Mr. Volke, against a $1.2 billion budget is a 0.19%, 0.919% buffer that I have. It's one-time monies. It's not supposed to be used for recurring revenues. I don't want to go down the errant path that we were led down once before by somebody that predated Ms. Smith in her position, where we utilize one-time monies to fund ongoing pay packages, and the money was taken out of the healthcare fund that our former county executive had to help work with the state and the board to help bail us out. So yes, we do typically end with about a 2 point something $1 million fund balance, where it's very early on. We're not going to finalize our numbers until probably September, but it looks like we're going to be down this year, probably closer to maybe $2.1 million in one-time fees, one-time monies. And again, think about that just like you would for Mr. Powers or Mr. Burge against them. I've got a next year $1.3 billion budget, and I've got a $2.1 million OOPS fund to apply against it, no matter what happens. And that's before we're talking about unanticipated COVID-related expenses, because that wasn't built into my budget. And that's before the governor was talking about cutting $18 million of revenue out of it. So I would dare opine, Councilman Volke, that the $2.1 million is going to be a scant pittance versus what I'm going to need to be able to balance the budget in FY21. And that's even before I start looking at hiring freezes or renegotiating pay packages or leaving other positions fallow throughout the year and other budgetary strategies throughout the year to try to amass the amount of revenues that I'm going to lose from the state, prospectively.
Thank you. I may have follow-ups, but I see Councilwoman Rodvian needs to go, so I'm going to hold for a
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would request that we really stay focused on the issue right here in this resolution. I realize that, obviously if this resolution, well, really the second of the resolutions that we're looking at tonight, if they pass, all of these fiscal concerns and funding concerns will become highly relevant, but that's really not the point of this resolution. The point of this resolution is merely a statement stating that we need to both look at, or that we should not be pitting the physical safety of our students against the mental health of our students. If we want to talk about the budget and we talk about, revenue sources down the road, we also need to look at the audit finding that concludes that if we implement the findings in the prismatic transportation audit, we'll actually have savings that we very well may need down the road. If it turns out that we don't, that we're not running as many buses this year because of COVID, well, then we'll have savings this year as well. So, I don't think we need to be agonizing over the funding source at this stage. Maybe we need to talk about it in the second resolution, but that's really not the point of this. The point of this resolution is a statement saying that, yes, mental health is important, and we want to make sure that our students have the resources that they need to come out of this really challenging time with a positive approach towards the future. The budget that the council passed had 245 school counselors funded, and we're talking about an amendment that would add an additional 5, bringing that to 250. So I just want to keep things in perspective that we're saying yes, that this resolution is basically saying yes, those additional 5 positions are extremely important, but we also need to consider the importance of, we've had the situation where kids are standing on the side of the road and their bus drives right past them. If a child has a parent that they can go home to give them a ride, then that's great. They're lucky. But in my district, I have a lot of parents who are working by the time their kids are on the bus, and they go home and miss an entire day of school. They may also miss their school breakfast. They may also miss their school lunch. So this really is not a conversation. This resolution is not about funding. It's about stating priorities. And, when we talk about priorities, I think there's, lots and lots of different priorities. I brought this resolution because I don't think the physical safety of our children should ever be jeopardized. We're one of the 23 wealthiest counties in the nation. And the idea that we have to choose between physical safety and the mental health of our students is an unacceptable choice. And this resolution basically says, please go back and find some other source to put those mental health or to cover the cost of those mental health positions. We recognize that's important, but leaving kids on crowded buses, having kids stranded, or having parents unable to find out where their children are because their bus is 45 minutes to an hour late are unacceptable things that we should not accept. So I would really appreciate if we can keep the focus for this resolution on that topic, that we are asking the Board of Ed not to put us in a position that we have to choose between safety and mental health.
And I appreciate that perspective, Councilman Rodvian, and I guess my reply to that is I actually, in one respect, welcome this resolution, and if it comes to pass, then I would hope I would get the equal amount of support, because what I would suspect is that just like Montgomery County did ask their county administration to send down a first quarter supplemental to be able to fund additional mental health positions, I anticipate contemplating putting forward a request for the administration to put down a supplemental revenue bill to add an additional $745,100 to the Board of Education's budget. And the council members that believe it's equally important to fund both will probably support the administration in voting for that supplemental budget request that I would anticipate approaching the county administration with. And in that manner, we would be able to have both. In fact, all three. We would be able to have a balanced budget, we would be able to have transportation, and we would be able to have mental health. So I look forward to Mr. Barron to working with administration, and I look forward with the county council to obtaining 4, if not 7 votes for that supplemental revenue bill.
And I hope that you will also comb through the Board of Education budget and see if there's $745,000 out of $1.3 billion that might be drawn from somewhere else. I believe it's been calculated. It's 0.06% of the total budget. It's hard for me to believe that that's available nowhere else in the 1.3 billion that we've provided.
But so just remember, as we said with Councilman Vokey, that we first have to get to the 13 million. So we first have to get to 13 before we talk about any other number, because the entire balanced budget is predicated on the 13. And then over and above the 13, we're gonna have to make up whatever cuts the governor passes. And right now it looks, his proposal has about a 17.99 million. So 17.99 million added to the 13. Now we're at about 30 million. And then you're asking me to find another $745,100 on top of the 30 million that I'm probably already going to need to find.
Have not come down yet. So we need to address those separately and not as part of the budget that's already been passed by this council and been passed by the Board of Education with an amendment. If that situation comes to pass, we can address it when it comes to pass.
I'd like to respectfully ask my colleagues and the panel to be recognized to speak and also state your name for the callers that are listening at home. I believe Mr. Volke has his flag and has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I say this as the way I look at things, all right? And others may disagree, but I can't vote to say, Board of Ed, I want you to do both of these things if I don't have a sense of where the money's going to come from. Hence the reason I'm asking about the budget piece. Where I am going to push back slightly on Mr. Shaknovich and what he said is, I understand that you budget down to the last dollar, and I understand the $13 million of fund balance is built into your balanced budget. I get that. The county does it every year too. And yet amazingly, last year to this year, they found an extra $27.5 million that they didn't spend that was, budgeted to the last dollar for the county, the same as it is for the board. So my point is, every year, it seems like every governmental entity sort of over budgets, if you will, because the more extra fluff that's in there, the more at the end of the year you can come in and say, fourth quarter transfer, well, we saved some money over here, wink, wink, we knew we were going to save that money. And as a result, we now have this other program or project that now we want to throw that money to. So while I completely respect your position, and I get that you're saying that you're coming up at this 2.1, 2.3 million, I guess where I'm confused is you were talking about the CAFR. The information that I have from the CAFR shows that every year the board says that there is a fund balance and that all that fund balance is going to be used. But when it comes down to it from the CAFR, at least the information I had suggests that in fact, the board doesn't use that money, which is why they continue to have these large fund balance amounts, which is what I was talking about. So maybe you and I have different information. Maybe we're looking at something different in the CAFR. I'll be candid. I think you look at the CAFR a lot more than I do. But I would also say that the information I received is from someone who knows the CAFR pretty well. I am cognizant of the historical point that you brought up about using health insurance money to fund pay packages, and then how the county executive before this one had to go and get a waiver on MOE to be able to go back and fund it for 2 years in a row to kick the $20 million back in that was needed. And I don't want to get into that position again myself. So I'm tracking with what you're saying there in terms of the concerns. But it just seems like I'm getting two different facts, right? I'm getting from you, the CAFR says 2.1, 2.3. I'm getting from someone else, the CAFR says 10 to $15 million. So I think that's where my struggle on this is coming in. And I frankly don't have a good answer to that. And that puts me in an uncomfortable position. But I have trouble voting for anything where I don't know where the money's going to come from, because I don't think it's fair. Just like I think it was a complete false choice for the board to put us in a position where they say, you all pick between transportation and mental health. That's your decision. You know, we want you to have to figure that out. I think that was just complete shenanigans. But that being said, that's where we are, right? For me, I don't feel comfortable saying back to them, go find the money, if I don't have a sense that the money is there. So I don't know if you can illuminate that at all for me in terms of your read of the CAFR versus what I'm getting other information on the CAFR and why those two things might be different, if there's any explanation. But that's really what, for me, it's boiling down to is what's the real amount of fund balance that the board has year over year, as opposed to the amount that's built into the budget, which I get. I mean, that's just how budgets are done, right? We talk about them as roadmaps and guide maps. I like them to be a little more strict than that, but it seems like that's not going to be my wish in terms of how the government works.
It's Alex Shacknew, Chief Operating Officer, and I see Madam Auditors there with access to her computer. But if you go into our CAFR, it's generally around page 35 or so, but there's a cell called unassigned ending fund balance. And that's really what it is. Unassigned ending funding balance. It's a ending fund balance number, dollar value, that does not have a GPS chip on it, that has a very specific landing spot. And so that unassigned fund balance number for the that I quoted for you, 2.3 last year, 2.6 on June 30th of 18, 3.2 the year before, 2.9 the year before. That is the amount of money that we have that's essentially unassigned fund balance without another dedicated, specific, pre-spoken for purpose.
So can I follow up on that then? Because I understand what you're saying. Effectively, what you're calling this unassigned fund balance is akin to what we call the CAO contingency fund. It's money that's sort of out there that you can use later if you need to make up a shortfall. My point with it is you wouldn't have an extra $13 million of fund balance to allocate to the next fiscal year's budget if the money wasn't really there. So even though that 13 million has been allocated somewhere else, it doesn't get spent year over year. So my point would be, I think looking at just the unallocated fund balance of 2.3 sort of understates the amount of money that the board has in terms of fund balance, because otherwise year over year, you'd only have $2.3 million to roll over as fund balance to the next year, which would be a different scenario than the 13 million that we're looking at in consistently higher amounts year over year. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, where I now understand what you're saying with the unallocated fund balance, which I think is different than what I was talking about.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So talking strictly about this resolution, to ask the board to go back and find funding for both. I just want to clarify as far as procedure and calendars and budgets. The current budget that the board passed as amended had to be a balanced budget by June 30th. So we can, from my understanding, we cannot ask them to go back and amend this budget at this time to include funding for both. We'd be talking more about the supplemental ask in this year, which from my understanding, Mr. Shaknovich would then add to the MOE for the year. Is that a full wrap up?
Chief Alex Shackner, Chief Operating Officer, Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Yes, that's a correct overview.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been sitting here listening, and I think maybe I'm oversimplifying this resolution a little bit, but I understand this resolution to say the transportation positions were specifically added by the council. So clearly that meant something. It was a specific amendment that was added by the council in the budget. The Board of Ed feels strongly about the mental health positions enough that they made changes to the council's approved budget to add the mental health positions. It does seem like an impossible choice to pick between transportation and physical safety versus the mental health of our students. And so this resolution encourages the Board of Ed to find the money elsewhere, whether that be from unassigned fund balance or from some other turnover number that maybe could be tightened up in the salaries and wages category or some other source. I don't know that it's necessarily, the Board of Ed and Mr. Saknovich, you know those numbers better and in more detail than anyone else. And so I think that the resolution is simply saying this is an impossible choice, and we would like the Board of Ed to take a harder look at the budget and really make sure that this is what you're asking for, because there are potentially other places to find those 6 pennies out of every $100 to fund both the mental health, and it may be at the expense of something else, but clearly these transportation positions were important enough that they were specifically added by the council, and it is difficult that that's the place that the Board of Ed chose to cut in this otherwise large budget. And it is difficult given the massive amount of money in the grand scheme of things, that there was no place else to find it. That's the only takeaway I have from this particular resolution. If I'm misunderstanding the intent of the sponsor, please let me know, but that's how I take this.
You got it.
Right. And so again, Alex Shackner, Chief Operating Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Councilwoman Hare, so you're absolutely correct that when the superintendent proposed this budget back in December, and in February when the board adopted the budget, all of the positions that we just recently discussed and many more were all included in our budget request. But once COVID hit and we had all the revenue write-downs, and the county clearly recognized that they weren't going to be able to attain the revenues that they were looking at, then we, like you, realized we had to revisit our budget. And we were very specifically asked, we were asked by both the administration and we were asked by the chair of the council to basically huddle up on the Board of Education's end and clearly articulate to the administration first, and that occurred in a meeting with the superintendent of schools, with the board president, with the board vice president, and then again in a subsequent meeting with the council. What were our priorities now that we were in this new state of normal, which isn't normal? And the board was very clear. The conversation that they had with the administration was the exact same conversation that they had with the council. And they indicated there were 4 priorities: compensation, teachers for enrollment, special educators, and mental health. It was 4 legs on a stool: compensation, teachers for enrollment, mental health, and special ed. Certainly, we would have loved to be able to get the transportation positions, I feel, just like the 200 other 50 positions that weren't funded when reality set in when we got to May and June. But the Board of Education and the superintendent felt that they did take the time to at least convey what their priorities were so that the administration and the council had the benefit of that. Ultimately, absolutely, Ms. Hare, ultimately, the decision on June 12th was yours.
Thank you. This is Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2. As a former Board of Education member, I'm going to chime in a minute here. My concern with this resolution is it is more than just a statement about both transportation and mental health are important, because I think everybody listening, everybody watching, everybody on this panel and on this council understands that. This is asking the Board of Ed. We presented them a budget. They were very clear from the beginning what their priorities were. We sort of got it half right as the council. So I don't feel we should be that surprised that they've asked to reallocate based on their priorities. But once they've done that, to kick it back to them and say, go find the money for both. After one, the budget has been passed. And to find the money for both means we're asking them to make new choices. Turn some classroom teachers into counselors, maybe some special ed teachers into counselors. So we're asking them to now make new hard choices. At some point, we're going to have to just make some decisions. And like Mr. Sheknovic said, I've been saying all along, we left about 300 positions unfunded because of COVID. And so now the Board of Education has clearly and emphatically stated their position on how they would like the drawn down amount of money the county funded them to be spent. My other concern is that we're losing the forest for the trees here and not realizing the state of affairs with the state budget. Our budget that we crafted, all those positions, compensation, also hinges on about $15.5 new dollars from the state. So this conversation about $750,000 is really a very small piece of the struggles that are facing both the Board of Education and the county. So I'm very concerned that we're just simplifying this whole process and saying, we know they're important, because I think we all can say that. But the other part of this resolution says, go find it. I can take a constituent emailing me and say, go find it under the mattress. But as a leader and as an elected official, I can't go ask another public body to just go find it in the mattress, because that's just not how these budgets work. And I do not want to send the message that go take a classroom teacher out of 3rd grade or take a special ed teacher and turn it into a counselor and make the Board of Ed have this whole conversation over after the budget has already been struck. Not only did they amend their budget and ask to reallocate these funds, they also passed the budget. It is done. At some point, it has to be done. And we have to acknowledge that we are in a very hard, challenging time, and we're just not going to get everything we want. Ms. Rodbian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll first say, as far as I know, the Board of Education didn't actually take any sort of vote identifying what their priorities were. If that's incorrect, someone please correct me. But I have to say, one of the things that's especially frustrating for me as the representative from District 6, there is currently no member on the Board of Education that lives in District 6. So that means all of these conversations that I've had with constituents about the extensive issues that they've had with transportation problems were not at all part of the conversation the night that the Board of Education decided to make this amendment. The amendment itself was brought, in law school, there's 2 things that they consider important parts of due process. The first one is notice. The second one is opportunity to be heard. Those things were both lacking on the night that this budget amendment passed. There was no notice that this amendment was going to be brought forward. There was no opportunity to be heard. There was no opportunity for public input. So after the fact, I started almost immediately getting panicked messages from my constituents saying we thought we were finally going to see some resolution to, for example, the bus that shows up to Annapolis Middle School late every day, and it's scheduled to be late, meaning kids miss breakfast, meaning kids are not arriving and they're missing instruction, meaning kids riding a bus down Forest Drive have to stand in the aisles every single day, meaning the bus that takes the children who live to their after-school tutoring program from Annapolis Elementary School was 30 minutes late arriving at their tutoring program every day. These are the most vulnerable kids in the county. And for us to just say, well, it's already passed, when we are missing those key components of notice and opportunity to be heard, especially for my district, which has been left out of this conversation for the Board of Education because we have no representation currently, is unacceptable. And I believe, again, this 0.06, you can tell me there's nothing that, and I don't like the idea that we have to cut positions. I think that's ridiculous. There are plenty of other places that we can make cuts besides saying we have to take a third grade teacher. There are other things, other priorities that we can cut back on to find the $745,000 to fund these positions, to make sure that the most vulnerable position do not continue to be left behind with respect to transportation. You may not understand it this way, but my constituents and my district understand that this is an equity issue and that mental health obviously is going to be extremely important. But if you can't even get to your school, and if you're missing school and you're missing breakfast, then mental health it's again, I'm not going to play the pitting one against another, but we have physical safety issues. We cannot, what's the thing you learn the first time you go on a field trip? Safety first. And we're saying, well, we don't really have enough money for safety. Really? Out of everything, we can't find the money for safety? I say baloney. We're one of the wealthiest counties in the entire nation. We can afford to have children on buses that are safe. And I hope that at this point we can just move. In fact, I'm going to move to the vote because it really shouldn't be difficult. Safety and mental health can be priorities. We can find something else that's less important. And I move to call the vote.
We did have two colleagues waiting to speak.
I would love
Madam Chair.
to hear from them.
Madam Chair, just to note, Ms. Rodmian has made a motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Ms. Lacey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I view this resolution as being really not about this past budget process, but as one that is prospective only, that it literally just says that the County Council encourages and strongly recommends the Board of Education to fund the evolving mental health and transportation needs of our public school students without compromising either. So it doesn't contain any sort of even a request. It's clear it's not any kind of demand that says go back to the prior year budget. It just says, from now on, these things are both very important to us, and you're hearing it from the County Council because apparently it's a message that needs to be heard. So I'm happy to support this resolution and to move on to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo some of the things that Councilwoman Rodvian said because I don't want to sort of leave people guessing. I've been on the fence about this, but here's the reality. I'm going to vote with her on the next resolution to say that we put the transportation money back. So I just want to be real clear about that. So when I make these comments, this is my issue. I support that. I think it is an equity issue. And I agree that in your district, it's a major problem. I think it's a problem across the county. You say you don't have a District 6 representative on the board. Guess what? I don't have a District 3 rep either. And we're going to fix that. That's going to change in November. And it's a good thing. But I'm in the same boat with you. And so, that's where we are today, but it's going to be different. But it is an equity issue. My problem with this particular resolution is not that I disagree with the sentiment, because I fully agree with the sentiment. Mental health is as important as transportation. Asking us to choose between one or the other is a false choice. It was a ridiculous position that the board decided to put us in. I don't understand what they were thinking other than, this is what we'll do and we can do it. I think I'll tell you candidly, my biggest problem, and maybe this is for the next resolution, maybe it's for this one, I think they're part and parcel. So I'll say it here. I think there are members of this council who knew this was going to happen when we put the money into the budget. That's why I'm upset. Because I think when the $745,000 went back into the budget, and it was for transportation, I think there was already an understanding that folks on the Board of Ed were going to take that money when they got it, turn it around and shift it. And it was always going to go to the mental health pieces. One of the things I wanted to ask Mr. Shaknovich, because I was curious about this, you mentioned there were meetings with the county administration and meetings with the county council. Who was in the meeting with the county council?
It was actually, that was through testimony that Dr. Lotto and Ms. Corcadell provided at your public.
Right.
Yeah, so there was a direct meeting in person with the admin, and then there was testimony that was provided by both of them to the council during your budget hearings.
Got it. I was there for that. I just thought if there was another meeting, I missed my invite for that. So I was curious where that was. The other problem that I have is I agree with what Councilwoman Lacey said. I do think this is prospective, and I'm not quite sure how we can go put the horse back in the barn, if you will, after it's out. I think the board has approved their budget. If we say no, what you did is going to go backward. I don't understand it. Maybe Mr. Shaknovich, you can illustrate this. Can they do a Q1 transfer or something? I mean, how is this funding going to happen if they've already approved their budget? What would be the practical mechanism of how they would effectuate this purpose?
So, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, the budget that stands is the one that's adopted by the council. And so the board is asking for a change to that, and that would take, to change it will take an affirmative action by the council or the expiration of a 30-day clock, essentially. If it's not approved, it reverts back to the county council approved version of the budget. Essentially is the mechanics.
So the reality is that if we on the next resolution vote no and send it back to the board and say we're not doing what you changed and we don't give you permission to do it, then there's no practical mechanism by which the board can now go back and dig through their funds and their budget to find this money and somehow put these positions together. Am I understanding what you're saying correctly?
Essentially correct. The board would either have to work with the administration to have a supplemental revenue bill. That's one option. Or as there are, throughout the year, other revenue opportunities, previously unidentified revenue opportunities could come to pass, and we could come to the council for a supplemental, revenue and expenditure and transfer bill, as we do typically Q2 and Q4.
So we would have to see something else from the board for that. So then let me just be very clear, regardless of my vote on this, Board of Education, I would love to see you come back and find money in your Board of Education budget without asking us for more money that can get these mental health positions, because they are important. So I've made my statement. That's where I'm at on that. The other thing that I just want to add is I'm very happy to see that my colleagues are now, after we've passed the budget, extremely concerned about the state of the state's budget and the lack of revenue, because these were concerns that me, Councilwoman Fiedler, Councilwoman Hare were banging the drum about a month ago, and I didn't hear any of this. I mean, at that point, it was everything's going to be good, and the budget office said the same thing. But now, a month later, we all of a sudden have realized, hey, the revenues may not be looking so rosy. So I guess we'll see how that one plays out. But, for me, I'll be honest, I'm happy to take the vote to say that as much as I think mental health is important, and I do, this council is the final fiscal authority. This council made a choice. This council said transportation was the important issue. And for the board to come back and undo that makes me very frustrated with the process. And I'm going to vote against that, because that is not the way this system is set up. The system is set up for us to take the vote and us to make the decision. And I think that that, frankly, is going to come at the expense of mental health right now, because as I've clarified, there is no practical mechanism in front of us to be able to do what we're trying to do here. The problem I have with this particular resolution, 2720, is that it's a have your cake and eat it too resolution. And I think the problem is, while I completely respect the intent and I know what my colleague was trying to do with this, my struggle is I don't think we can have our cake and eat it too. I think we just sometimes have to pick between two competing priorities and say this is where it is. And I agree with Councilwoman Rodvian. It's an equity issue at this point.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that actually there is a mechanism that the Board of Ed can use, and that would be just every quarter they bring us a quarterly transfer request, and there's no reason that they can't do that at any other time that they would choose to. So there absolutely is a mechanism that the Board of Ed could do that. If they need to move categories, if they're able to work within the existing categories, then they don't need our approval at all. They can simply create new positions and designate those funds to be used for the new positions they create. So I don't think that it's I don't think that they're without a way to do this. I think there are mechanisms for the Board of Education to do this.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Andrew Pruski, also a former school board member. When I was on the school board, I never said that I wanted the county council to be involved with my inner workings. Now I'm on the county council, and I believe in some ways we're inserting ourselves in a vote, whether it occurred, didn't occur. So that's my only concern with this. I've spoken with the sponsor. I totally hear her concerns and respect that. I just think that we need to be very careful as a body on what we choose. This was a tough budget. There were a lot of things that were cut. I'm sure we could go through all of our districts, including the Board of Ed, about things that weren't approved. And again, I just want to restate that we have a move towards an elected board. I totally understand the two that were brought up that they're not there yet, but we have folks moving towards that. A lot of people push for that in this county. And I certainly think that discussion is going to come back again. You know, you ask for an elected board and you have some folks on there that are elected, and we get to that full body. Obviously, it's not there yet, but we can't be going back and forth with the council that they're accountable too. So we need to make tough decisions. They do. And that's my concern related to this resolution, is us inserting ourselves in a board decision that's going back and forth, and you don't win either way. No matter which way this vote goes, people are going to, argue either side. I certainly think, and I'm going to say this again, just from learning from this budget process, you count to 5 when you're on the school board, and you count to 4 when you're on the council, even 5, depending on what it is, and you work through the budget process. You start now for things that you need next year. We already passed the budget. We're beyond. We're having discussions after. We're inserting ourselves. Where does it end? And I'll just leave it at that. Again, I totally understand my colleague because there's a lot of concerns and issues. And certainly, I think, the board needs to be held accountable. People need to be calling them, not me, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilman Volkey. These are extraordinary times, and this is a very difficult decision because money doesn't grow on trees, and we are looking at a very uncertain fiscal future. If I had a crystal ball and I could predict where we will be in a year, maybe this would be an easier vote, but nobody has that. Because we don't know where we will be, and I have concerns over the potential of adding to our maintenance of effort above and beyond at this point. I cannot support this resolution, but it doesn't mean that I don't support the Board of Education trying to find a way to do both, so long as we don't add to the current budget moving into next year. So again, I echo Councilman Volkey's comments, and that is where I am this evening.
Okay. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just kind of listening to all of that, because I understand this resolution not to ask for more money and not to suggest that the board gets any more, but simply stating to the board that both transportation and mental health is important, and encouraging them to maximize them to the best of their abilities. Looking at the language that Councilwoman Lacey read off, I don't see this as a have your cake and eat it too resolution. I see this simply as recognizing support for both initiatives. So because of that, and there is no request in here for additional funds or suggestion for additional funds in here. I too would welcome if there are supplemental funds that the Board of Ed finds in quarter 2 or quarter 4 and would like to use them towards this initiative. I would welcome that. And in that vein, I'm going to support this resolution. And then we can talk about the next one next.
I believe, are there any more comments about resolution 2720? No. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on 27-20.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Resolution 2720 is defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 28-20.
Resolution number 2820, resolution denying approval of a transfer between major categories requested by the Anne Arundel County Board of Education for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021.
This is sponsored by Ms. Rodvian and Ms. Lacy. Ms. Rodvian, did you want to kick off the conversation?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, this is very similar, except this is the resolution that has teeth and basically officially denies the Board of Education's request to transfer funds away from the transportation category and put it in other categories to fund different priorities. I would still hope that even though our last resolution did not pass, that if this resolution does pass, that the Board of Education will look for other possible ways to support mental health positions. I'm even happy to comb through the budget and look at different ideas with that. I've given you lots of reasons why these transportation positions I think are so important. The cost savings, the occasions where students miss an entire day of school because they have no other way and their bus didn't come. Children are, standing in the aisles day after day in, what should be a matter of basic safety for our kids, that we shouldn't be having to choose between column A and column B. Parents should be able to find out where their kids are if their bus is an hour late. I think the notion that this is a clerical position, well, sometimes clerical positions are extremely important. The clerical position is the person who answers the phone that can get on the phone with the person on the bus or with the bus company and find out where that bus is. So, dismissing the importance of clerical positions is something that, obviously I work in a public school. I know the importance of the folks that work in the administrative positions, and I would never discount their importance in the conversation, much less the, routing professionals who actually could make sure that we don't have some kids on buses that are too crowded for kids to even have a seat, while other buses are, so empty, have so few kids on them that they really should be combined with other routes, and we could be saving $2.5 million a year. So I hope that my colleagues will support this resolution.
Ms. Lacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah Lacy, District 1. I hope all my colleagues will strongly consider and please do support this resolution. Clearly, lots of thought has gone into it. Lots of thought went into the 5-member majority of the Board of Ed's decision to try to shift these positions in the first place. But the way I look at it, first, I don't feel that those 5 votes are as persuasive as they would be had the student member not changed. in between the time that vote was made and the time that we're having this discussion. And that's relevant because the new student member of the board, Drake Smith, who is from District 1, attends Meade High School, and is a member of the NAACP Youth and College Division. I would bet, I haven't spoken with him about this, but I would bet he would not have been that fifth vote because the NAACP, Anne Arundel County chapter, has let us all know that its position is to favor the transportation positions and reforms. And we've talked a lot about what those reasons are for favoring those reforms, but I will also say, perhaps it's impolitic to say this, but school bus transportation can be a major motivating factor for somebody to stand up, run for office, and start changing things. And so I know which one I have to vote for. And I was happy to support Ms. Rodvian's prior resolution, in part because I want everyone in District 1 to know that I absolutely do care about the mental health positions. I'm glad that we were able to fund some additional positions in this prior budget. But I can't pass up a chance, and I'm gonna fight, till the very end to get this money to fix our transportation system, which is broken, is multiple generations behind, I think. And if you compare the technology that our surrounding counties use to do what is an extremely complicated logistical problem, to be changing it all the time. We may have great people in the office, but if they won't learn the technology, so we need new people to come in and reform the office and its procedures, which would then save us $2.4 million, hopefully, right? And that covers mental health positions. To me, this is the smart play. This is the act that favors the entire system, and not just the system, the entire county, because every single person who leaves their house is affected by a school bus. If you get on a road, you're affected by a school bus. We know that every age is affected by what we do with our school bus transportation. This can's been kicked down the road long enough, and now more than ever, we're going to need a nimble transportation office. And so I have nothing personal against anybody in the transportation office, but it is time to move on to current technology and realize the savings that we were promised when we agreed to purchase the software that they asked for, and just get on with the reforms. We can count on those reforms helping everyone in the county. So we should do that.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I make my remarks, I just wanted a point of information. I want to clarify that we can vote on this resolution after midnight, correct? Just want to make sure that's publicly stated.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And I'd also ask that I be added as a co-sponsored resolution 2820.
Thank you.
Point of order or information, I'm not sure which, might be information. Don't we have to vote today? Is today the running of the time, or no? It's not?
Resolutions can be voted on after midnight.
Right.
No, what I mean is we have 30 days to deny their request.
Yeah, we have to vote on it today. That's right. It's just, we don't have to do it on 7/6. We could do it on 7/7 at 12:34 a.m. It's still a legitimate binding resolution because we're still in the same legislative day.
Yes, but I'm not sure it's...
We are not in the same legislative day.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The question though, the expiration for our 30 days runs out on July 18th.
Perfect.
So I would like to gather that we can get there. We can end this meeting by midnight. Let's go for it.
We'll see.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go into question and comment, I want to point out, just for perspective for everyone, we're discussing two very important things for the children of Anne Arundel County. So while we may have different opinions at the moment, I don't think that whether this goes one way or the other, I don't think it makes any of us any less caring for the students of Anne Arundel County. So I just want to make that very clear. So when we look at a few things, the savings that I know we've talked about before, I think I may have been, and correct me if I'm wrong, the only one there when Prismatic was presenting to the Board of Education. And if I remember correctly, the lady who presented to the board stated that the savings would be dependent on maximizing the capacity of the buses, which would mean roughly 3 children to a seat. I have not heard anything from the CDC, from any kind of person involved in health, that we will be putting 3 children to a seat anytime soon. So can we assume that savings is not going to be seen in the next year, potentially 2, depending on the COVID-19 crisis?
Mr. Sheknovic.
Alex Sheknovic, Chief Operating Officer. So two-part answer, and the answer to both is no. The current recommendations have bus occupancy optimally at 11 or 12 students per bus, which is 1 per seat every other row. So that's the current health guidelines. Some jurisdictions are looking at possibly 22 or 24 per bus. But most of the recommendations are either 11 or 12 youngsters per bus. So that would require a lot more equipment, a lot more drivers, a lot more everything to be able to transport the cadre of youngsters. But even had it not been for COVID, I believe that reports said that, again, taking all that out of the equation, that it would be 2 to 3 years before you're realizing the savings. So I think that's what you heard, and now COVID has amplified that even more so, Councilwoman Fiedler.
Okay, thank you. And if I may just make another statement and follow-up comment. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So when we were talking about the student representative on the school board, I did watch the full over 2 hours conversation that the school board had on this amendment. And one of the comments that just struck me and stood out to me, and perhaps it's because, and I don't know if this is fact, but it certainly feels like it, the 5th District has been disproportionately affected by student suicides in the last year. But Ms. Albee said the hardest thing she has ever had to hear was the death of a fellow student. And I take that to heart. Nobody really understands the ins and outs of school and the stresses involved in peers than the students themselves. And then secondly, Mr. Sheknovic, I had asked you for information related to bus complaints, whether it be too many students to a seat, too many, whatever have you, because I have had those reports that I've reached out to school board members to help resolve. And you mentioned that there is no current data collection on that, correct?
Again, Alex Sheknovic, Chief Operating Officer. That's correct, because those complaints or accountings could go into the schoolhouse. They could go to the transportation department. They can go to the public information department. They could go to myself even, or the superintendent. So, the matters are brought to different folks throughout the school district, and depending on what the issue is, it's addressed not always by transportation. So there's no tracking mechanism. There's also no centralized collection place, because neither the complaints come into one central location, nor are they addressed from one central location. So as we sit today, that data collection methodology that you're referring to is not in existence.
Thank you. And if I may just continue with one more piece, Madam Chair.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Fiedler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Amanda Fiedler, District 5. The other question that I asked, if you could provide any information on the emergency evaluation of students in the county, the mobile crisis responses to homes, and the suicide threat attempts within the county. And the records that we have are, the most recent is 2007 to 2018. The emergency evaluations in 17 to 18, we had 110, and 18 to 19, 175. And just in this school year through March, 118. When we're talking about suicide threat or attempts, in 17 to 18, we had 48. In 18 to 19, we had 8. In 19 to 20, we've had 22 up until March of this year. So looking at this information and having to hug the mothers who have buried their children, I find it difficult to not support the board's request this evening. So that is all.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think procedurally, I just want to hit on, we are the final fiscal authority, right? And so that's supposed to mean something. And as I sort of joke around and say, I don't really know what it means a lot of times. In this case, I think what it means is we made a decision. I'll be candid, it wasn't a decision I agree with these positions going into the budget. Why? Because I'm tired of bailing out the Board of Education and particularly Riva Road and saying, here's more money to fix your problem. I want you to fix your problem. I want the Board of Education to look at the transportation department that doesn't work, apparently according to this report. And I don't know anyone in there, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions on these folks because I'm sure they're all good, hardworking people, but it doesn't work because we have an expensive piece of software that's don't use. That's a problem. So I think the board needs to figure out how to solve that problem. That's why I was opposed to putting these positions into the budget from the standpoint of funding them. I wanted to give them the positions, but not have the money there and say to the board, you figure out how to fund it. Unfortunately, because we don't have position control over the board, we can't do that. So the only thing we could do was say to the board, here's your money, here's your positions. Again, I was against that for the reasons I just explained. But now that it's gone into the budget, and now that this council has made a statement, I think we have to stand behind that statement and say, this is what matters to this council. We are making the decisions. And if you look at the breakdown of who voted for versus who voted against this on the Board of Ed level, it's difficult to argue that there's as much legitimacy to the decision that they made as to us making a decision that we made who are directly accountable to voters. If you look at the folks who voted one way or the other, it's an interesting breakdown. With that being said, I think that this absolutely is an equity issue. I met with some folks from ACT this past week, and Councilwoman Hare was there as well, and we got to hear directly some stories of what's going on in Annapolis that has been going on not the past 5 years, not in the past 10 years, not in the past 20 years. We're talking 40 years of history of equity issues in terms of bus service to the Annapolis area. That's a problem. And it's something that, when we're talking about systemic issues that need to be fixed, this is a systemic issue that needs to be fixed. So I am fully supportive of this resolution. I expect to see the transportation issues start to get solved now that we are giving 7 new positions to the transportation office with the funding for that. And if that comes at the expense of mental health, I hate to say it, but we put 9 mental health positions in the board's budget as well. So let's not forget that. It's not as though mental health was ignored this year. Mental health positions were addressed, just not to the level that the board wanted to see them addressed, because the council said, in addition to the mental health priorities, we also think the transportation issue is a priority. Instead, the board said, council, too bad. We don't think that's as much of a priority as you do. We're going to move that money over and do what we think is the biggest priority. Well, that's fine. But at some point, we have to step up and say procedurally, we are the final fiscal authority. So that was my problem with the last resolution, but that's why I'm more than happy to take this vote, because as we all stood up unanimously a few months ago, not that long ago, though it seems that way, we declared suicide was a mental health crisis in this county, a public health crisis. We declared that that was a massive issue, and we backed it up in this budget by putting 9 positions in for mental health in the school board budget. So this false narrative of you have to pick one or the other. You don't. We did do both of them. We did come up with a balance. The board has unbalanced our balance, and it's time for us to rebalance the budget.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, District 4. I'd like to move on. Now that there's a vote to call the question, but hopefully you can have that. Mr. Shacknovich, I'm going to give you 2 things that you can take back to the board. And again, I feel like I'm sitting here at a Board of Education meeting, at a county council meeting, how we're inserting ourselves, but that's a whole nother discussion. Number 1, I think you could simply create a unified process how complaints come in for bus services. So that way they can be tracked. You don't need a $1 million report to tell you that. You don't need 7 specialists. You find one spot on a website that people send complaints in and they document it or whatever. So that's just a suggestion. I understand because there's so many things involved, but maybe that's something that the team can come up with. The second thing that I wanted to mention is that regarding the transportation issue itself, certainly hiring 7 people would help. But I think, again, you pointed out we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it was stated clearly here today. Everyone keeps saying that we're going to have these savings. And I can tell you, of course, I don't want to bet because I don't go to the casino to bet. I go there to eat. But to obviously think that we're going to be going back full time and there's not going to be some hybrid and we're not going to have everyone back, that cost savings, yeah, you'll have a little bit, but really, are those transportation specialists and folks going to be looking at what our normal buses would be like? Are they going to get data that's accurate for the time that's there? Because ultimately, I would like to have, and I brought this up and nobody's really mentioning it, that we as a council voted for bus cameras to be added to buses. And guess what also comes with that? GPS and where the bus is. So let's get those installed and actually track where a bus is. Somebody sitting in a central office may fix a route, but if that bus doesn't run on time, we can certainly get into whether it's the bus drivers or again, I'm arguing merits. We're all of us believe the same thing. We want to get to the same place. The Board of Education needs to be held accountable. The voters, or I should even say the voters, but right now, the legislature decided that we needed an elected board. We're moving towards that. They need to be held accountable for the decisions they have. There are folks there that were appointed by the governor. Talk to the governor. Talk to those folks. They need to make decisions. They're in that position. And if you don't like it, then we vote people who we want there to have it. But Mr. Sheknovich, I'll stress again, if there's a way to kind of streamline that where we can have a complaint process to collect data, you don't need specialists or other folks. If it comes in the superintendent's office, maybe put a tag on it, that says, or Board of Ed, transportation issue, and it goes in a bucket, and then somebody, in the data warehouse or whatever could do that. I don't know if that's possible, but just a thought. Thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tough decision. I've spent a lot of hours thinking about this over the last couple of weeks. It really is an impossible situation to pick between the two. I'll echo Councilwoman Fiedler's sentiments that really everyone here is trying to make a decision in the best interest of the students. And I really think that that's really impressive. And this is just a difficult decision to make. Because I think we're about to vote and I'm going to have to explain my vote. On the procedural side, I do start with the fact that the Board of Ed requested all of these positions, the mental health and the transportation, and many more that were not funded. The county executive put forth a budget that he thought was appropriate, and this body added, and they added something very specific. They added the transportation positions. There's a reason for that. And so I think that deserves some deference in that sense. Because we took that budget was passed and the amendment was passed, taking all of the consideration from the Board of Ed and the county executive and the testimony that was heard into consideration. On the substantive side, I really get stuck on the physical safety aspect of this. Councilman Prisky, you just mentioned the school bus cameras, and I agree. Actually, I was thinking about that a few minutes ago. This council did pass the school bus cameras bill. That's a safety piece, right? Too many cars are swerving around, causing a safety problem. This is not the first time that we've considered public safety, and in fact, public safety is the hallmark of one of the hallmarks of local government. And so I really think when parents put their kids on buses, we as a local government have an obligation to make sure that those kids are safe. And I can't get past that piece of it. I think that is one of the very first and foremost things that we should be doing as a local government. I really just can't believe that there is nowhere else in the school budget to find this money. My sincerest hope, and I realize it may take a couple of years to find the savings, but my sincerest hope is that we do find those savings, and those savings can be used for more counselors than you could get with the $750,000 right now. And I think that would be the ideal situation. I'm going to support this resolution to reject the Board of Ed's change. I hope everyone will. I just think that we can't get past the physical safety piece of this. And that's where this needs to go.
I don't see any more flags or hands raised. Are there any more comments? As Allison Pickard, Chair, District 2, who also has no District 2 representative on the Board of Education at this time, who also served as an appointed member of the school board and feel like every vote I made was valid and was representative of the people of this county. I would like to caution this council from inserting itself in the future with Board of Ed. We've spent an hour and a half or more talking about Board of Education policy, and we do have a Board of Education. So I respect the Board of Education, and I will be voting nay on this resolution. Mr. Volkey.
I'll just say the last thing then, Madam Chair. I agree with you. Let's stay out of these things. Board of Education. We're the final fiscal authority. Next time, just do it the way we sent it to you. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Volpe, I appreciate that, but this is part of the process. This is a part of the process that the Board of Education, it's in code, it's in law, it's in state law, that they can do. So this is why we sit in the big chairs. We have to make hard decisions, and they voted. Often our votes are 4-3. They took a 5-4 vote. It doesn't invalidate the vote. And here we are. So, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution 2820.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Ronvian.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
4 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative. Resolution number 2820 is adopted.
Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council at this time? Mr. Volkey.
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second, Councilman Persky.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.